Abandonment by Wendy Meadows. Narrated by Lily Jane. Chapter 1. I lean my chin in my hand and sigh. I slouch across the counter and stare at the lackluster scene outside my candy store. I can't remember being this depressed in my life. Zach enters from the storeroom, followed by Gilly, but the cheery smile on his face only sends me deeper into my funk. "Cheer up, Mom." He claps me on the back harder than I care for. "It can't be that bad." I wave toward the window, but I can only summon the energy to grumble. Look at this place. A few weeks ago, West End was so packed with visitors and tourists, you couldn't scratch your neck without jabbing someone in the eye. Now look at it. You could fire a cannonball down Main Street and not hit a soul. "I like it quiet," Gilly chimes in. "All those strangers take away the town's charm. I like it better when it's a sleepy little beachside hamlet that nobody knows about. It's Connecticut's best-kept secret." "When we were in the middle of the holiday rush, I probably would have agreed with you," I tell her. "It's different now. I got myself all psyched up to make my own candy. After the season died down, I made one batch and look at it." I gesture toward the front counter. "It's still sitting there. No one will buy it because all the locals have already tried it. I'm telling you guys, if I don't sell some candy soon, that same batch will still be haunting the display case come Easter when the traffic picks up again." Zach laughs. I love nothing better than to see him happy, but now the sound grates on my nerves. "Enjoy the time to get some rest, Mom. Be grateful for some quiet time between rushes. We're going to Peterborough. We won't be back until tomorrow, so you're on your own. Just promise me you won't slit your wrists by the time I get back." I snort. "As if." They both laugh and bustle out of the store. They get into Zach's car and drive away. Why do I resent them so much for being young and happy and energetic? Why can't I enjoy this lull the way they do? The sight of absolutely nothing happening outside drags me down too much. I shuffle my feet to my office and collapse in my creaky old chair. What difference does it make if I sit here and wallow? No one is going to come in wanting to buy candy. My eye lands on the ledger lying open on the desk in front of me. I haven't made a single sale since Valentine's Day. Without meaning to, I scan my expenses column. I saved enough during the holiday slam to cover rent and utilities. I'm not in any danger of closing my doors, but this can't go on. I have to think of some way to pick up business, if only for my own sanity. Candy isn't doing it. Not mine or anyone else's. It's a paying proposition when the town has visitors around, but not now. Just then, the doorbells jingle. It can't be a customer. That would be too impossible to believe. I start to haul myself up to go see who it is, when Patty Matthews sticks her head into the office.
"Oh, there you are. I wondered if you had gone home for a nap."
I recline back in my place. I wish I had. Nothing is going on. I was just thinking I need to find a way to drum up business during the downtime before things pick up in spring. Patty takes the chair opposite me and rubs her mittened hands. She keeps her jacket and scarf on.
"Brr, it's cold. You know what would really hit the spot right now? A steaming cup of hot chocolate. Or, better yet, soup. A hot mug of soup really warms your insides on a cold day like this."
"You're right," I reply. "I love nothing better than a hot cup of cocoa or soup on a cold day. It's one of those exquisite pleasures that makes life worth—"
"Or cider."
Patty wriggles inside her coat.
"Hot mulled cider with lots of cinnamon. Mmm."
I chuckle. Just thinking about a hot cup of something in my hands right now helps dispel the winter malaise.
"You know that craft shop that just opened up next door to the daycare center?"
She goes on.
"The lady that runs it has blank clay mugs that you can paint any way you want, but she also has some really nice ones already done up. I was in there the other day, wandering around, checking out her stock, and all I kept thinking, looking at those mugs, was, man, I sure wish these had something in them right now. Then I came across one that was painted with a chicken noodle soup recipe. Now I can't get soup off my brain."
I laugh out loud. That's funny. All at once, I frown. "Hey, I heard that woman who opened it is a local. Do you know her?"
"Sure. Her name is Kathy Nielsen. She lives in the western neighborhood. She's been in town for years. Don't ask me what made her open a business now."
"Maybe it's because the town is growing so much," I suggest. "If crafts are her thing, maybe she didn't think the town was big enough to support a craft shop." Patty nods.
"She would have been right about that. Anyway, she's got a good thing going. When I was in there the other day, 3 schoolgirls were sitting at the table painting plates and clay figurines after school, and Kathy was right there with them decorating more cups for sale. She's a smart cookie. She also does birthday parties where the whole group can go in and make stuff just for fun."
I start to sink into another stupor. That's a smart business proposition. Everybody needs something to do indoors during the dull winter months. What better way to have fun than doing some kind of craft? Then it hits me like a thunderclap. I blink at Patty. "That's it! Patty, you're brilliant!" She looks around in confusion.
"I am?"
"Yes!" I rocket out of my seat. "That's the answer. We'll sell hot chocolate and mulled cider. I don't know about the soup, but we can work on that once we get going. It's the perfect solution. It's a great way to get people into the store. It will warm them up and bring them together. Thanks." She blinks up at me.
You're welcome."
I hustle out from behind my desk. I've got work to do.
"Wait a second,"
she exclaims. I stop in my tracks. "What?"
"I was just going to ask you."
She shrinks in her chair.
"I know it's asking a lot, but you see—"
I wait, but she doesn't spit it out. She wilts even farther. Whatever it is, it must be something pretty bad. I ease back to my seat and prepare for the worst. "What is it, Patty? Is everything all right?"
"It's just that, you see, since the season died—"
She gasps out loud.
"Oh, what the heck! I know you have bills to pay, Margaret. I don't mean to impose on you, and there's no reason you should pay someone to work the store when you can do it yourself. That's the smart way for you to save money until business picks up again. But, you see, things are pretty thin on my end, too. I hate to say I got used to the money, but that's the truth. One minute I was working all day, every day. Now I'm not working at all. I was wondering if you could... I wouldn't dream of asking you to pay me to work here doing nothing. It's just, I want to work somewhere. If I'm not working for you, I could get another job somewhere else. Just temporarily, you understand, until you need me again. I would come straight back to you. I would just be earning some pocket money on the side. Oh, please don't be offended. If it upsets you, I won't do it. I just thought I'd come over and talk to you about it first to test the waters, so to speak.
I open my mouth and close it again. You want to work? You want to make some money? She stares down at her hands in her lap.
Yes, I'm so sorry, Margaret.
Why should you be sorry about that? I ask. Of course you should work. I never expected you to go all winter without making any money. That would be ridiculous. I only scheduled myself for a few weeks following Valentine's Day to give you and Zach a break after the holiday rush, but I'm certain you're on the roster for at least 3 shifts a week for the rest of the winter. Her head shoots up and her eyes pop.
I am?
Yes, you are. I made sure of it because I didn't want you to go all winter without work. Is 3 shifts a week enough? If it isn't, you can have some more of mine. We all have bills to pay, Patty. If I can't give you enough work, just tell me. I would have no problem with you getting another job, either now or even during the busier times, if that's what it takes to pay your expenses. Her face cracks in a delighted beam of exquisite pleasure.
Thank you so much, Margaret. You're a lifesaver. 3 shifts a week is more than enough.
I'll let you know if any others open up. If anybody needs to take an emergency day off, you'll be the first person I call.
Thank you, Margaret.
She lunges at me and flings her arms around me. She hugs me so hard it hurts.
You're the best.
She blasts out of the store so fast my head spins. That's another crisis averted. When she leaves, I fall back into my pensive state. But now I have something to think about. I start spinning plans to sell cider, cocoa, and soup. There's just one thing I need to do first. I need some way to market it to draw the customers out of their hibernation. I amble back to the counter. The view outside the window looks the same. Nothing has changed except inside my head. Now I have something to look forward to. I get out a piece of paper and start scribbling out all my ideas, recipes, promotions. The list goes on. I get to the end of it and raise my head to look outside again when 2 familiar figures appear. They cross my line of sight and walk straight to my front door. The doorbells sound extra loud in the stillness. That is, until David Graham and Ariel Dunroy come into the store. David cracks a grin at me. How's my favorite workaholic? I laugh along with him. Would you believe I'm cooking up more work for myself? Of course I believe it, he returns. What else would you be doing? Zach and Gilly say I should be enjoying the time off while I can, but I don't seem to be made that way. Ariel leans over the counter and cranes her neck to read my scrawled notes. What get-rich-quick scheme are you planning now, Margaret? Patty gave me the idea. I'm going to sell hot cocoa, mulled cider, and soup. I'm going to do a promotion to get people to emerge from their cocoons, change out of their pajamas for a few hours, and come into the store to share a hot cup of something with their neighbors. That should do the trick, David agrees. That's a great idea, Ariel chimes in. I can't wait. I round on her. What are you doing out of school at this hour, young lady? We had an assembly, she tells me. School let out early, so Dad came and picked me up. Now we're here pestering you. Isn't it nearly your closing time anyway? David asks. It's 4:30. Aren't you closing at 5 now that the season is off? You're right. I should be getting ready to close now, although there's not a lot to do. I haven't had a single sale today. What are you doing tonight, Margaret? Ariel asks. We came over to ask if you want to go out with us. I look back and forth between the two of them. Go out? With you both? Isn't tonight another school night? She rolls her eyes to heaven. Oh, come on, Margaret. You sound just like Dad. Can't we have a little fun some of the time? I bite back a grin. She gets more confident with every passing day. I sound like your dad because I care about you the same way he does. You're still in school, whether you like it or not, and you're going to be in school for a long time to come if you plan to go to some hotshot Ivy League college. I'll make you a deal. You two come over to my house and I'll cook you dinner. That way we spend the time together and you still get home at a decent hour. She leaps high in the air and comes down clapping her hands. Yay! Thank you, Margaret! That's perfect. Do you need us to buy anything? Should we bring anything? We've got a head of broccoli in the fridge at home, and I know Dad has a bottle of wine locked up somewhere. Oh, and ice cream! We have a carton of ice cream in the freezer. We could bring that, and if you need anything, we could zip down to the grocery store to get it. Just say the word. Don't worry, sweetheart, I tell her. I wouldn't send you all the way to Peterborough at this hour, and I have everything we need. You bring the ice cream and a bottle of wine, and I'll do the rest. I'll meet you back at my house in half an hour. A cloud darkens her features. Half an hour is 5 o'clock. You won't be closed before then. It's all right, I tell her. I can close now and walk home. No one is going to come between now and then, and I'm still the boss around here. Go get your ice cream. I'll see you back at the house. Yay! She has another clapping fit and spins around. Come on, Dad! She barrels out of the store. The door slams behind her and the bells rattle. David watches her out of sight and chuckles. You really know how to make her day, don't you? I walk around the counter to his side and slip my arm around his waist. I rise on my tiptoes to kiss him. I haven't seen you guys for ages. I haven't seen you for ages. Sometimes I wonder if we still live in the same town. He kisses me back. His presence warms my cold heart. Are you sure you want to have both of us over? You and I could do something alone together. I want to. I miss her, too. It will be good to see you both together for a change. You and I can do something alone another time. Okay. He kisses me one more time. I better catch up with her before she eats all the ice cream. I'm going to hold you to that promise. We're going to go out, just the two of us. We better. He backs toward the door and blows me a kiss before he leaves to find his daughter. In a few seconds, I'm alone with the endless silence, but I don't have to tolerate it anymore. I fold my notes, tuck them into my pocket, and get busy closing the store. Chapter 2. I get back home to find Zach and Gilly there. What are you two doing here? I ask. You said you were going to Peterborough for the night. Our plans fell through, Zach tells me. The friends we planned to go with backed out, so it would have been just the two of us. We decided we'd rather have a quiet evening at home instead, so here we are. David and Ariel are coming over for dinner. I hope you don't mind. I head for the kitchen. He calls after me from behind. Then I suppose it's a good thing I put that roast in the oven. I halt in the doorway to stare at him. You didn't. He laughs in my face. You're losing your mind in your old age, Mom. Can't you smell it? I march into the kitchen and crack the oven door. Succulent, aromatic fumes billow into my nose. It's the most delicious, warming, heartfelt smell in the world. Right after hot chocolate, that is. You shouldn't have, I tell him. I was going to make dinner. Well, I did it instead. He plunks down on the couch next to Gilly and opens a magazine. I also made mashed potatoes, candied carrots, and a salad. That should be enough for all 5 of us, don't you think? I gape at him from the door. What am I supposed to do then? Eat it. He fires back. In the meantime, you can sit down and take a load off. He flips the pages of his magazine. Gilly smiles up at me. Her Asian eyes make little half moons when she smiles. It's the most adorable thing ever. I can't stop staring at the 2 of them. They're the picture of domestic bliss, and they made dinner. Now there's nothing for me to do but relax. I creep to the nearest chair and sit down in it. I take out my notes and start going over my plans. What have you got there, Mom? Zach asks. There's some notes I took on a promotion I'm doing. Zach bumps Gilly's arm. What did I tell you? What did you tell her? I asked. I told her you wouldn't be able to get through the slow season without doing something. What is it this time? Are you going to start selling chinchillas? No, let me guess. You're going to start teaching the art of Japanese flower arranging. Am I getting close? Gilly jabs her elbow into his ribs. Don't tease her. What's your promotion, Margaret? I'm sure it will be a smashing success, like all the others. Thank you, Gilly, I tell her. It's nice to know someone around here supports my efforts. Zach bows his head and closes his eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. Gilly's right. Everything you've done has worked out splendidly. By all means, tell us all about your new promotion. I'm going to sell hot cocoa and mulled cider, just as a midwinter promotion, you understand. It's not a long-term thing. It's just to get people into the store. There is one feature of the promotion I haven't worked out yet, but I hope to finalize that in the next few days. What is it? Gilly asks. Before I can reply, someone knocks on the door. I open it to find Ariel and David standing there. She holds the ice cream, and he holds the wine. You don't have to knock, I tell them. You 2 are family. Just walk right in. Ariel hugs me. I'll go put this in the freezer. Are you sure you don't need the broccoli, Margaret? I can run back to the house and get it if you do. We don't need anything. Zach and Gilly already made dinner. The new arrivals retire to the living room, and we all sit around in a circle. Mom was just telling us about her latest promotion idea. Ooh! Ariel leaps a foot in the air. The hot drinks! I can't wait. Zach cocks his head. You knew about this? Sure. Margaret told us at the store this afternoon when we went to see her. He humps in mock dismay. Well, this is a fine day, I can tell you. A total stranger knows my business partner's promotion plans before I do. The others laugh. Sorry, sweetheart, I tell him. Patty came in after you left. I didn't get the idea until later, or I would have told you. At least you're not investigating another murder, he replies. I can get on board with hot cocoa and cider, as long as everyone's alive and well. Hear, hear, David adds. Here's to no more murders in West End, ever. I'd be very happy never to investigate another murder as long as I live. I agree. Just then, a timer goes off in the kitchen. Zach rises to his feet. That's my page. I'll be right back, everybody. Talk amongst yourselves. Gilly trails him to the kitchen and leaves me alone with David and Ariel. Ariel peers up into my face. Would you really be happy never to investigate another murder? Of course, I reply. I hate it when someone gets killed, especially in West End. I moved here because it seemed like such a peaceful, safe corner of the world. The last few months have been awful, with so many people getting killed. I always go into a funk afterward. You know that. I would give anything to make everybody get along and live happily together. She glances at her father. I don't know if I can say the same thing about Dad. He's always chasing after some crime or other. I am not, he counters. I do not chase crime. Has there been a lot of crime around lately? I ask. I never see you because you're always busy. Is it because there's been a crime spree on in town? I would call 7 murders in the last year a crime spree, he replies. But there hasn't been anything since New Year's. I've just been tied up with official business in Peterborough most of the time. That's good, I reply. But that doesn't help me see you more often. You're right. I was starting to feel guilty that working on murder cases was allowing me to see you so much. I wondered if maybe I shouldn't be benefiting so much from people dying. Ariel groans. Can we please talk about something else? You're the one who brought it up, I point out. I didn't mean to get into a deep, intimate discussion of your personal relationship, she counters. I just asked if you would be happy to give up sleuthing. What about your web business offering PI services for hire? That was Zach's idea, I tell her. I just wanted to run a candy store, and now I am. The sleuthing business got thrust upon me against my will. If giving it up means the people of West End can live their lives violence-free, I'm all for it. Me too, David adds. Every time someone dies in West End, I tell him, I pray to God it's the last time. I hate it. I couldn't live if I felt that way, he replies. I come into contact with too many crimes in my line of work, but I do wish it didn't happen. Sometimes I feel like a garbage collector, and it's my job to go around cleaning up the messes made by the worst of humanity. God, that's awful, I exclaim. That must be terrible. It's not that bad, he tells me. I'm on the right side of the law. Somebody's got to do it. The world couldn't function if I didn't. Still, I argue, wouldn't it be nice to just live an ordinary life, far away from all that evil and violence? It would be nice, but I just didn't draw that card this time around. I'm doing the job that destiny assigned for me. The world needs someone to do it, and I'm constitutionally suited to it, so why shouldn't I? I'm serving my fellow human beings by doing what I'm good at. That's an interesting way of putting it, I reply. I never really thought of it that way. I suppose I could see my sleuthing the same way. Not everyone can do it, and these murders do seem to have a way of finding me. He laughs. You can say that again. Ariel throws up her hands and smacks her lips. Will you two stop talking shop? We're here to have a nice, comfortable family dinner, not to analyze the workings of the universe. We both burst out laughing. You're right, I tell her. Let's talk about something else. She squeezes my arm and thrusts her face near mine.
Let's talk about hot cocoa. How are you going to serve it to the customers?
Well, that's the one part of this plan that I haven't put into place yet. I lower my voice to a confidential whisper. What I'm going to do is... Dinner's on the table, Zach calls from the dining room. Come and get it while it's hot. We all troop into the other room to find the dining table set with candles, china, and cloth napkins folded in origami shapes. The candles cast a comforting glow that penetrates the dim chill of winter. A glistening leg of roast beef takes pride of place surrounded by the other dishes Zach and Gilly created. Zach carves the meat, while Gilly points each of us to our places. When we all settle in, David pours wine for the 4 adults and raises his glass. A toast to family, the people who are always there through thick and thin, through dark and light, through the heat of summer and the cold of winter. Hear, hear, everyone choruses. I can definitely drink to that. Chapter 3. I stop by the store and find Patty behind the counter. She looks happy as a clam. An iron-gray sky seeps its bone-chilling ice crystals into everything. I saunter down Main Street to the far end of town. Children's voices ring from the daycare center. I pause on the sidewalk to listen. At least someone in this town is still enjoying themselves in spite of the weather. I pivot to one side and walk into the craft supply shop. Ribbons and bows, the sign reads. I guess that's a little more creative than Kathy's craft shop or something equally boring. It's a lot more original than Nichols' candy store. I have to admit that. A dinging bell goes off when I enter. It's not as obtrusive as my jangling jingle bells. It creates a nice, settled atmosphere in the store, along with the aroma of cinnamon and vanilla. It makes me think I might like to make myself at home and stay a while. Maybe I should rethink my jingle bells. A youngish woman rises from a large table where she's painting a ceramic cat. It looks so lifelike, I have to check twice to make sure it's not alive. She greets me with a warm smile.
What can I do for you? You're Margaret Nichols, aren't you?
She extends her hand to me. I blush, shaking it. Yes, I am. I'm sorry we haven't met before. Her cheeks glow and her eyes crinkle when she smiles.
That's all right. You're a celebrity in this town. Everyone knows who you are. I'm just a stay-at-home mom who likes to paint.
I scan the shop. It's loaded from floor to ceiling with haberdashery, along with fake flowers and, guess what, ribbons and bows. A rack holds the telltale mugs near the work table. It looks like you're not a stay-at-home mom anymore.
No, I'm not.
She wipes her hands on her apron.
So, what brings you over here during business hours?
I square my shoulders. I have a business proposition for you. Her eyes widen.
Really? I'm all ears.
I have an idea to run a promotion in my store. I haven't had any customers since Valentine's Day, and February has been dead for me. I came up with an idea to get people to come out of the woodwork. I'm going to do a promotion selling hot chocolate and mulled cider and maybe a little soup. I'm not sure about that, but we'll see. Hopefully, once people get together and get something hot into themselves, they'll be more inclined to buy. If they don't buy, at least they got together and got out. See what I mean? She nods.
That sounds like a really good idea. So, what do you need from me?
I wave my hand at the racks of painted mugs. I was thinking I could sell the drinks in some of your mugs. The customers would buy the mug with the drink in it, of course. That would give you a promotion, too. Her eyes snap wide open. And I could sell some of your candy in here. That's a perfect idea. There are school kids in here all the time. We could reciprocate. Brilliant. Really? Do you think so? Absolutely. She rushes to the rack and starts pulling mugs off it. She lines them up on the table. I'll wrap these up for you to take. They're already priced. I just need to inventory what you're taking. Do you mind if I give them to you tomorrow? Is that too late? I hold up both hands. Whoa, 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 girl. Don't jump the gun. First, we have to work out all the details. Then we have to promote the thing. We're not doing it today. Her shoulders slump, and she bursts into nervous laughter. Of course not. Silly me. I laugh along with her. How about you and I go to lunch today and discuss it? I'll need you to shoulder half the promotion cost. I'll pay for all the food cost and the preparation and everything. I usually rent kitchen space from Sabrina at the Baker's Dozen, since I don't have a licensed premises at the candy store. It's next door to me, and I'll pay for that too. I'll just need a contract with you that you'll cover half the promotion cost and any costs associated with selling the candy here. I hope you don't mind. It's just a legal formality. Of course, she exclaims. I fully understand. We'll need to work out all the costs on both sides before we agree on the wording of the contract. Great. I can't help squeezing her arm. So, do you want to go to lunch today to talk some more about it? You bet. How about I meet you at the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe at noon? Perfect, I tell her. I'll call Stacy and make a reservation for us. She escorts me out. Back on the sidewalk, my head spins. That went 10 times better than I dared hope. She agreed to everything I suggested. I didn't think she would. I thought she would take at least a small amount of convincing. I make my way slowly back to the candy store. Now that I know Kathy's on board with my plan, I need to consider the steps in front of me with more care. I didn't really let myself plot my course beyond convincing her to do this with me. I need to source ingredients for all the drinks and soups I plan to serve. I need to organize display space for the cups and counter space for the heating appliances. If I use a hot plate to warm the milk and cider, I'll need crock pots or something similar for the soups. This could get a lot more complicated than I realized. I make up my mind to consult with Sabrina. She knows every law on the books related to food service. I'm still deep in thought when I let myself into the candy store. Patty's not at the counter, but I hear her lumping around in the storeroom. I'm on my way to my office when she comes in carrying a box labeled lemon heads.
Margaret, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be out all morning.
I scowl at the box. Don't tell me you're dipping into the merchandise, Patty. You know those things will rot your teeth. She gapes at me in horror for a second. Then she breaks into girlish giggles.
That's a good one, Margaret. You had me going there for a second. Cheryl Whitfield was just in here and bought about 5 pounds of candy. Emily is having a birthday party, and they're doing a piñata.
I snap my fingers and smack my lips. The only sale in 3 weeks, and I missed it. Her eyes dart to one side.
So, what are you doing back here?
I just talked to Kathy Nielsen. We're going to do this hot drinks promotion together. I'm going to sell her mugs with the hot drinks in them, and she's going to promote my candy at her craft shop for the kids to buy while they work on their crafts. I expect her to smile and say what a great idea that is. My blood runs cold when she frowns.
You better be careful of Kathy Nielsen, Margaret.
Why? I ask. What's wrong with her?
It's not her you have to worry about. It's her son, Will.
I laugh that off, but her tone sends a chill up my spine. I'm not going into business with him. If you don't have anything to say against Kathy, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't trust her. She lowers her voice and looks around at nothing.
You have no idea what he's like. He's always sneaking around. People in this town say he's into drugs and crime.
What people say that? I ask. If he is, then he'll have a criminal record.
He's too smart to get caught,
she hisses.
He's creepy. You'll see. I would stay away from Kathy if I were you.
You still haven't given me one reason to do that. Just because her son is a bad egg, and you don't know that he is, that's no reason to hold it against her. She shakes her head and pushes past me to the counter.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Keep your friends close, Margaret. That's all I have to say.
I stand back and observe her refilling the Lemonheads jar from the box. I'm pretty sure the expression goes, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Anyway, Kathy's not my enemy. If this works out, I could see becoming friends with her. She seems really nice to me. Patty won't stop shaking her head and scowling.
You haven't lived in this town very long. There are some people you don't want to get close to.
I smile and ease past her. All right, Patty. I'll take your warning into account, and I'll keep an eye on Kathy. If she tries anything, I'll tell you right away. I retreat to my office and call Stacy for a lunch reservation.
How timely that you should call, she tells me. Detective Graham just called to make a dinner reservation for 2 for tonight.
I start in surprise. He did? That's strange. He didn't say anything to me about it. I get off the phone with her and send David a text. Were you planning to ask me out for tonight? Send. The answer comes back. Do you have other plans? No, I just talked to Stacy and she told me you made a dinner reservation for 2. Send. A few extra seconds pass before he responds. Darn, busted. I laugh to myself. If the reservation was intended for me, I would be delighted to accept. Send. Great. I'll pick you up at your place at 6. I get lost in drawing up lists and balance sheets and a whole lot of other complicated stuff related to this promotion. It's not going to be easy, but then again, I have nothing better to do with my free time. At least it gives me something to work on. At 11:30, I take a break and find Zach at the counter. I look around. Where's Patty? She has a dentist appointment. She asked me yesterday to fill in for the second half of today. What are you doing in here, Mom? Shouldn't you be out skiing or something? Hardy har har har, I chide. I'm working on my promotion, but I'll be going now. I'm meeting Kathy Nielsen for lunch. He nods and returns to the sketch he's drawing. Let me know if you need anything. I start to leave, but at the last second, I turn back. Sweetie? He doesn't look up. Yeah? Do you know Will Nielsen? He bends over his sketch. Not really. Why? I heard some disturbing reports about him. Apparently, some people think he's into drugs and crime. Have you heard anything like that? He finally looks up. I haven't heard anything like that, but I barely know the guy. He doesn't run with the same crowd I do. What crowd does he run with? I have no idea, he replies. I don't think I've ever even talked to him or heard any of my friends mention him. I only know who he is from the community gatherings you've thrown in this town. I open my mouth to question him further, but I shut it again. Thanks, sweetie. If you don't know anything, I guess you don't know anything. Sorry, Mom. I wish I could help you out. Would you like me to ask around about him for you? No thanks. I can handle it. See you later. Chapter 4. I'm dressed and ready to go out when David knocks on my door. When I open it and walk onto the porch, Zach comes behind me and shuts the door behind him. I'm going out too, Mom. Don't wait up. Okay, sweetie. What is it this time? The clubs in Peterborough? Gilly and I and some of our friends are going to build a bonfire on the beach. I'll see you in the morning. He waves to me while David escorts me to his car. He drives off in the opposite direction toward Gilly's house while I accompany David to town. We get all settled into our usual booth at the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe before I get a chance to really talk to him. This is nice, just the two of us. Thank you for inviting me. His eyes twinkle. As I recall, I never really got a chance to ask you. I blush. I can't stop smiling. It feels so good to just sit and talk to him for a change. Ariel wasn't upset about being left home alone, was she? Are you kidding? She was over the moon that I was going on a date with you. He makes 2 exaggerated quotation marks around his comments. She wanted to supervise exactly what I was going to wear and what toothpaste I used to brush my teeth. I'm telling you, Margaret, sometimes I'm not sure if I got myself a daughter or a second mother. I have to laugh at that. She's a teenaged girl. Dating is serious business to her. Apparently. How is the commuting to Hartford going? I ask. Do you regret your decision to keep her in the same school? Not in the slightest, he replies. I cherish the time. It gives us a chance to talk in the mornings, and in the afternoon when I pick her up, it gives us a clear window where she can unload all her cares and troubles and challenges to me. I wouldn't trade that time for all the gold in Fort Knox. I wonder more parents don't think to institute long commutes into their routines. It's an invaluable insight into the way she thinks. I'm certain that if anything happened to her, she would tell me right away, simply because we have that time to communicate. My eyebrows fly up. Wow, that's amazing. How are you and Zach doing? He asks. How is it for you, now that he spends so much time with Gilly? I see them almost every night. For some reason, they spend a lot more time at my house than at Gilly's parents' house. They're always around making dinner and stuff. I see more of Zach now than before they started going out. Maybe her parents aren't as comfortable with them as a couple as you are. Or maybe they just don't make Zach and Gilly as welcome as you do. I shrug. Maybe. I didn't really think about the reasons why. You always make people feel comfortable and at home. I can understand why they want to hang out at your place. Anybody would. My cheeks flush. Stop it. It's true. Look at Ariel. She loves it at your place. Your house is like a second home to her. And that's because you've always welcomed her and made her feel that she can be herself there. I've seen it with a lot of other people, Margaret. You make everyone you meet into family, and your home is their home. I fiddle with my napkin. Well, I didn't do it by trying. It's just what I do. That's why it works so well. Can we change the subject? Sure, he tells me. What would you like to change it to? What do you know about Will Nielsen? I ask. Absolutely nothing, beyond that he lives in the western neighborhood. I cock my head to one side. He doesn't have a criminal record? Definitely not. I know the criminal records of everyone in West End and many miles around. If he ever so much as pinched a candy bar from the grocery store, I would know about it. That's odd, I mutter. Patty Matthews thinks he's some sort of hooligan who's into all kinds of bad stuff. She thinks he's into drugs and crime and God knows what else. He shakes his head. Nope. I'd bet you any amount of money that's nothing but hearsay. Maybe it's just a malicious rumor. She says he's creepy. A frown darkens his face. I wouldn't call him creepy. He's quiet for sure. He keeps to himself. He never had too many friends in high school, and now he's out of it. He works in Peterborough. I think he's an auto mechanic or something. He's down there 6 days a week, and when he's not, he holes up at home like most people do. Something clicks in my mind. You say he lives in the western neighborhood. That's where his mother lives. He lives with his mother. Now it's my turn to frown. Oh. What's all this about? What do you want to know about Will for? I'm going into business with Kathy, I tell him. I'm going to sell her mugs as part of my hot drinks promotion, and she's going to sell my candy to her craft customers. Patty told me I should be careful of Kathy because Will was bad news. David snorts and shakes his head. That goes to show you should never listen to the rumor mill. I just wanted to follow up with you in case the story had any basis in fact. Even if it did, he counters, that doesn't mean Kathy isn't trustworthy enough for you to go into business with her. That's what I said. If her son was into bad stuff, she might be just as much a victim of that as anybody else. She might be trying to make a life for herself in spite of her son's activities. I laughed. That's what I said. I'm glad we agree. So, you're going ahead with this hot drinks idea. I'm all for it. What's the worst that can happen? We'll all get together and have a cup of cocoa. I can think of worse. I laugh again, but at that moment, my phone rings. I get it out. I'll just switch it to vibrate so it doesn't bother us again. When I look at the screen, I see it's Zach. That's strange. He knew I was going out on a date with you for the first time in a long time. He wouldn't interrupt that without some serious reason, and he ought to be too wrapped up in his own friends to bother me. Answer it, David tells me. I wouldn't if he didn't say he approved. I switch on the phone and hold it to my ear. Hi, sweetie. What's up? The instant Zach starts talking, the hair rises on the back of my neck. I don't think I've ever heard him like this. I need your help, Mom. It's an emergency. We found a dead body on the beach. It's our friend, Peter Dugan. We need you right away, Mom. Can you please bring the detective? I know you're on a date and everything. I wouldn't disturb you if it wasn't important. I glance up at David. Zach's strident, rapid voice is loud enough that David can hear every word. He raises his arm to flag down the waiter. Try to stay calm, I tell Zach. We're on our way. Are you sure he's dead? He's cold and stiff, Zach barks. He's half buried in the dunes. We only found him because one of the guys went over there to take a piss. We weren't going to do anything, but then someone shone a flashlight on his face. I'm telling you, Mom, everyone here is freaked out beyond belief. We just saw the guy yesterday and he was fine. Okay. I fight to keep calm, but his panic doesn't help. Just try to keep everybody together. David and I are on our way now. I'm going to hang up. Are you okay with that? His voice quavers. Okay. Thanks, Mom. Please tell the detective I'm sorry. Okay. I'm hanging up now. I'll see you in a few minutes. He clicks off first, and I put my phone away. David takes out his credit card and pays for our drinks. We never even got a chance to order. I'm sorry about this, I tell him in the car. I promise you a rain check.
Don't worry about it, he replies. If Zach hadn't called you, they would have called the police, and I would have gotten a page, and we'd be on our way there anyway. It would have been me that broke off our date instead of you.
I scan him up and down. You better make sure you don't get blood on your suit, or Ariel will kill you. He shoots me a sidelong grin.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
He parks under the cliff. The Overlook Hotel shines above our heads, but the bright windows don't penetrate the dense, dark night. The surf churns out of sight, and the wind bites through my clothes. I tighten my coat around me, but before we can get anywhere, Zach rushes up to us. Thank goodness you're here. We're all at our wits' end.
Don't worry about it.
David claps him on the shoulder.
You did the right thing. Show me where the body is.
Zach leads the way onto the beach. In a few seconds, 6 flashlights surround us. They bob and dance in the black cold. We pass a bonfire with 10 or 12 shadow figures hanging around it. I can't make out any faces. Beyond that, Zach cuts into the dunes. We plow through the sand to a lonely spot far from the water's edge. Zach shines his beam onto a still form and immediately turns away. I can't look at him. David squats down by the body.
You say you knew him?
He's my friend. Zach's voice cracks. David nods.
I recognize him too. It is Peter Dugan. When was the last time you saw him?
Me? I saw him yesterday at about 10 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't say if any of the others saw him since then. He came by the house to pay me $10 he owed me. He said he would see us tonight, but he never showed up. David nudges the body with his toe.
He's been dead a while. He didn't come out here tonight. I could guarantee you that. At least he didn't come out for this bonfire.
He straightens up.
All right, son. You and your friends go back to your fire. I'm going to call out the forensics team to deal with this. They're going to set up lights, and there will be a lot of foot traffic back and forth. Make sure you and your people stay well back, all right?
You don't have to worry about that, Zach quavers. None of us wants to come near him.
You can't leave yet, David warns him. I need to question all of you about tonight and your knowledge of his activities. Understand? If anybody wants to leave, they have to wait until I'm finished with you. You tell them that.
Yes, sir. Zach walks away. David gets out his phone and calls the forensics team. After he hangs up, he mutters to me,
Come on, you can help me question those kids.
We make our way back to the fire, where Zach and his friends huddle around it in abject misery. Gilly huddles in Zach's arms, all her usual cheery attitude vanished. David waves me forward. I take a deep breath to address the group. I know you're all hurting and scared right now at finding your friend dead on the beach. We're going to ask you some routine questions about him. This is not to imply that any of you did anything wrong. It's just that you were his close friends, so maybe you can give us a clue how this happened. Zach tells me he saw Peter at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. Did any of you see him since then? They exchange glances. One boy speaks up. I saw him walking across town at about 10:15, but I didn't talk to him. He looked like he was on a mission.
Where was he walking?
David asks. I saw him on Main Street heading west. I assumed he was walking home since he lives in the western neighborhood, but it was the middle of a workday. He shouldn't have been anywhere near West End at that time. I glance at David over my shoulder. He's busy scribbling in his notebook. Maybe it's only a coincidence that the western neighborhood got mentioned again so soon after our conversation at the cafe. I turn back to the group. So none of you saw him or talked to him since then? What about calls or texts or emails? They all shake their heads.
That puts 10:15 yesterday as the last time anyone saw him alive, David continues. What can you tell us about him?
He was a very responsible guy, Zach tells us. He was an athlete and a straight-A student in high school.
What has he been doing since he graduated?
David asks.
He works at a bank in Hartford,
Gilly chimes in.
He was great at it, and they started to train him to become a manager. He was always straight and upright and responsible. He had no enemies that we know of, and I've been friends with him since grade school.
David jots down everything in his notebook. I don't see anything else to ask about, but at that moment, one of the crime scene people hurries to David's side and hands him a slip of paper. He reads it under his flashlight.
This says a swab of the victim's saliva reveals trace amounts of a cocktail of methamphetamines and cocaine.
The whole group explodes at once. A few girls scream and their hands fly to their mouths. One of the boys yells out, "What?" "That's impossible!" Zach lets go of Gilly. He clenches his hands into fists and swells out his shoulders at David. "I don't believe it."
You can't argue with a chemical analysis like that.
David waves the paper in Zach's face.
We'll do a full toxicology screen at the autopsy, but the saliva test is just as reliable. It looks like your friend was into some things you didn't know about. Maybe he needed a little boost to be such a good athlete. It happens like that.
Zach shoots daggers at him. Peter did not do drugs. I don't care what you say. He was clean. For Christ's sake, detective, the guy was in the Students Against Drunk Driving Club at school. Ask anybody.
And how would you know that?
David fires back.
You didn't go to high school with him.
No, I did,
Gilly interrupts.
Peter was vehemently opposed to drugs. He said they were responsible for too many lives lost among our classmates. He would never take that stuff, much less a dose large enough to kill him.
David scans the group. Some of the girls are openly sobbing. The boys try to comfort them, but I can see plain as day they're as upset as the girls. David lowers his voice to a rumble.
Now listen to me, all of you. We're going to do our best to find out what happened to Peter, but at this point, it looks an awful lot like he overdosed. Those drugs don't end up in a person's saliva unless the bloodstream is so saturated with them that they cross the mucous membrane into the mouth. It is entirely possible that your friend was hiding this from you and everyone in his life. If that's the case, I'm going to need all of you helping me out to find the truth. Any scrap of information or evidence you can give me will go a long way to solving this. If you think of anything or see anything that rings a bell, you all know where to get in touch with me. You're all free to go home now. There's a victim support officer assigned to every murder case who helps the family process a death like this. I'll tell her to get in touch with you all, too. You'll be able to access the department's bereavement services. Good night.
He turns on his heel. He strides away so fast I have to run to keep up. He marches back to the car. By the time I get there, he's already got the passenger door pulled open. His facial expression tells me not to ask any questions. I take my seat, and he starts the motor. He drives all the way back to my house and parks at the curb, but he doesn't get out to open my door for me the way he usually does. He glares through the windshield. I finally summoned the courage to break the silence. Well, what do you think?
I think Peter Dugan died of a massive overdose of drugs.
What about his friend's comments? What do you think about that? He passes his hand across his eyes and lets out a heavy breath.
I don't know what to think about that, but I'll tell you one thing I do know. Peter Dugan was the most responsible, upstanding, hard-working kid in town by 1,000 miles. He worked out, he studied hard, and he got straight A's. His friends are right about that. He was also an extremely vocal and adamant opponent of drug and alcohol use among teenagers and young people. He even came out to the station to interview me for the school paper. He wanted to know why the department wasn't doing more to crack down on dealers targeting students.
He snorts under his breath and shakes his head again.
If Peter Dugan was doing drugs, then something is seriously out of place.
I stare at him in the dark. The kids were certainly horrified when you mentioned it.
Yeah, well, the overdose doesn't tell us anything about whether he took the drugs willingly or not.
I suck air between my teeth. You're not suggesting...
He was clean. He was clean as a whistle as far as anybody knew. I mean, you could have run for Congress on this kid's liver. If someone did dose him with drugs, it would have hit him like a ton of bricks. There is the possibility that someone gave them to him without his being aware of it.
If they did, I venture, wouldn't that constitute, murder?
Maybe. It could have been accidental. He could have taken a supplement laced with something. Who knows? We won't know until we get the autopsy results.
He still doesn't get out of the car. I study his profile. He's obviously upset by the situation, too. Do you want me to help you with the case? His head whips around fast.
You better. Don't think you're leaving me to deal with this alone.
My hand goes out to rest on his arm. I wouldn't dream of it. I better go inside in case Zach needs me. He opens my door and walks me to the house. We stop on the porch, and he kisses me.
Do you have tomorrow off from work? Could we get together to discuss this?
Sure. Patty's working. I think I'll take Zach off the roster for the foreseeable future until this passes.
Good idea.
He gives me one last kiss and heads for his car.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I let myself inside and settle on the couch to wait for Zach. He doesn't come in until nearly midnight. I stiffen when I heard his footsteps on the porch. He eases the door shut. Then his footsteps cross the entry. He appears in the living room threshold. He glares in at me with his face drawn and his eyes bloodshot. His lips compress in a tight, hard line. He looks at me for a few seconds. Some forgotten instinct inborn to all mothers stops me from saying anything until he walks away. He climbs the stairs and shuts himself into his room. Chapter 5. I rap my knuckles on the sliding glass door of the police station. Through the glass, David looks up from his desk, nods, and comes to greet me.
Come on in. I was just waiting for you to show up.
I sit down in the chair opposite. What did you find out about Peter Dugan? He picks up a document from the collection in front of him.
I got the autopsy results back. The ME confirms that he died of a massive overdose of 4 different drugs. Interestingly enough, they are all what you might normally think of as recreational drugs. Meth, cocaine, ecstasy, and even ketamine.
My jaw falls open. That's impossible! No one in their right mind would take all those drugs mixed together. Not even the most hardened druggie would combine them in those quantities. I don't believe it.
Funny you should mention that. The ME agrees with you. and since he didn't consider it a likely scenario for an overdose, he investigated further. It turns out he discovered the injection site, here, on the back lower muscle of Peter's neck.
My breath sticks in my throat. That must mean...
Yup. He didn't overdose. At least, he didn't overdose himself. Someone injected him with a cocktail of those drugs, either to subdue him or to outright kill him. I'm going with the latter. Either way, this is now a murder investigation.
I throw myself back in my chair. Dang.
Yeah. We had a good run of 7 weeks of peace and quiet, and now we've got another dead body on our hands. There's also no way to tell when he was dosed. It could have been hours before he died, or maybe even a few minutes. The autopsy also shows no trace of sand in his lungs, which means he died somewhere away from the beach. He had already stopped breathing when the killer dumped him in the dunes.
I hate to think of a kid like that getting murdered. I breathe. His friends say he was a model citizen with no enemies.
Well, someone made a point of injecting him with these drugs in 1 syringe load of death, so I'd say the killer had some pretty compelling reason to get rid of a model citizen like him. Anyway, I was hoping you would be willing to come along with me while I go break the news to his parents.
Sure, I reply. I can do that.
Great. You're perfect for this kind of job.
He leads the way to the sliding glass door and holds it open for me.
I was even thinking you might like to take on the role of bereavement liaison for the department in West End.
I pause to regard him. Are you serious?
Very serious. I can't think of anyone better. I've never met anyone who makes people feel more comfortable when it comes to receiving bad news and asking awkward questions. Everyone in town knows you and trusts you.
Are we talking about a paid position with the department? I ask. I'm not ready to give up the candy store if that's where this is going. He puts his arm around me and kisses the top of my head.
I wouldn't dream of asking you to give up the store. I know how much that means to you, and there isn't enough bereavement work in West End as it is for a full-time position. The way I see it, you would be more like a community consultant or an adjunct. You'd get called up every time something like this happens to smooth the way between the survivors and department personnel, kind of like you're doing now. The way I see it, you would keep doing exactly what you're doing now, only on an official basis.
Would I get paid for it? I never considered anything like this before. I always just do what comes naturally to me. Now he's talking about turning it into an official police job.
I have to float the idea with my sergeant in Peterborough first and hammer out all the details. I just wanted to run it up the flagpole with you first and see if you were at all willing.
Sure, I'm willing, I reply. I would have to hear all the details first, of course, but if it means doing what I'm doing now, of course I'm willing.
Great. I'll talk to him later today about Peter's case. I'll bring it up then.
I blush to the roots of my hair. I'm not really qualified for this, you know.
You're beyond qualified. You're the most qualified person I can think of.
He escorts me to his cruiser and sits me in the passenger seat. We drive to the western neighborhood. I get a creeping sensation up my spine when we drive into it. The words western neighborhood are starting to carry a certain connotation that I don't like. They keep coming up in all the wrong contexts, and now we're going there to meet the victim's family. I don't like where this is going. Driving into the neighborhood, David breaks the silence in a grumbly undertone that tells me he's thinking the same thing.
The parents already talked to the sergeant on the phone. That's what passes for the department breaking the bad news to the victim's family. I would have preferred they hear it straight from you in the privacy of their own living room. That's why I want you to do this job. The people of West End deserve better.
We park in front of the most ordinary house imaginable. We knock on your standard house door. The flowers in the flower bed couldn't be more typical. This is Middle America at its finest, right down to the white picket fence around the perfectly manicured lawn. A well-groomed man in slacks and a business shirt opens the door. He looks like he's in his 30s. He's not wearing a jacket or tie, and his eyes are bloodshot and his face tear-streaked. When he sees David, he throws up both hands and gasps out loud. He spins away into the house.
"Oh, it's you, Detective. You might as well come in. This is the worst day of our lives. Nothing you can do could possibly make it any worse."
He storms off and disappears inside. David and I exchange a meaningful glance. Now I understand what he means about West End needing a real bereavement liaison. If parents of a murdered young person are getting an impersonal phone call from some official in Peterborough, that's only going to make the death hurt worse. David gestures for me to go first, and I cross the threshold into the most picture-perfect house I've ever seen. I don't see a speck of dust anywhere. The furnishings match the carpet and the drapes. We enter a hall decorated with flowers and antique vases. Someone went to a lot of trouble to make this house perfect. If Peter was using drugs... The sound of sniffling and sobbing draws me to a beautiful parlor. The man sits on the couch with his arms around an equally well-groomed woman about his own age. They both cry as though their hearts will break. I don't blame them. All of a sudden, I want to put my arms around Zach and make sure he knows how much I love him. I ease my way into the room. I take a deep breath and prepare my "I'm so sorry for your loss" speech. But before I can get near the pair, the man launches to his feet. He jabs one vicious forefinger at me and David.
"I don't care what you say. Peter did not do drugs. He never touched drugs in his life. He did not die of an overdose. I'll never believe that of my own son. I knew him better than anyone, and I tell you he never took any drug, let alone a lethal overdose."
Tears streak down his cheeks while he blurts out this barrage of words. The instant he gets it out, his knees fold under him. He collapses next to the woman. They fall into each other's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. David stands back. This is all mine. I tiptoe a few inches closer to the couch. I put out my hand to them, but I don't dare touch them yet. Please listen to me, Mr. and Mrs. Dugan. I am so sorry for the loss of your beloved son. But I have to tell you that Peter did not overdose. I mean, he didn't take the drugs that killed him. Someone injected them into the back of his neck. We think they were trying to kill him. We know he didn't do drugs. We know he was a good kid, and all his friends and family loved him. We just need your help to find out who did this to him. Both parents shoot up at the same moment. They stop breathing, staring at me. They blink at me out of their tear-filled eyes. I rally for the next assault. It was my son, Zach, who found Peter on the beach last night. He was the one who called Detective Graham, and he and all their friends are devastated. They defended Peter's honor to the last man. We know that Peter never touched drugs, but they also say he had no enemies that they know of. When it comes to figuring out who did this to him, we're stumped. We need all the help we can get. They stare at me for what seems like forever. All at once, they glance at each other at the same moment. Then the father straightens up. He clears his throat and wipes the tears off his face.
"Well, that is a relief to know the investigation isn't looking at Peter as the villain here."
I take a risk and sink into a chair across from the couple. No one thinks Peter was a villain.
"You're darn right he wasn't."
Mr. Dugan fires back. "He was the best kid on the planet." If you ask me, Zach is the best kid on the planet, but I let that pass. What can you tell us about his activities? His friends tell us he was being groomed to become a bank manager in Hartford. What did he do in his free time? He trained with weights, his mother chimes in. He worked out 3 hours a day, and he spent a lot of time in the kitchen preparing his meals. He weighed out every ounce of meat and vegetables and rice. He prepared his meals twice a week and kept them in pre-weighed containers in the fridge. My eyes widen. He did? Could I see? She leaps to her feet. She hustles to the kitchen with me in tow and opens the fridge. I look in on 10 identical plastic boxes stacked on the top shelf. They contain cooked beef, broccoli, and white rice. She shuts the door and points to a sheet of paper taped to the cabinet nearby. This is the record of everything he ate for the last month, including supplements. He was meticulous about researching the legality of every supplement he used. He was planning to go into bodybuilding. I nod and accompany her back to the parlor. I see. That confirms what his friends told us. They also say he was outspoken against the use of drugs and alcohol among young people. Did he make any enemies that way that you know of? She sits down next to her husband. If he did, we never found out about it. He wrote for the school paper, but after he graduated, he gave that up. Not because he didn't believe in the cause, you understand. He just got busy with other interests. When he wasn't training or running or spending time with his friends, he helped people around the neighborhood who needed it. The old couple down the street used to call him up when they got home from grocery shopping, and he would go and carry their groceries into their house. He mowed lawns for the lady across the street, and he did odd jobs around her house. He was always looking for ways to help anyone who needed it. He got special satisfaction out of being helpful. Who ever heard of a boy like that? I prick up my ears. Could you tell us the names of the people he helped? The old couple was Horace and Beatrice Chamberlain, and the woman across the street is Kathy Nielsen. I freeze in my seat. Kathy Nielsen? That's right, Mrs. Dugan replies. I swallow hard to get my voice working. Did Peter know her son Will? Did they have any dealings with each other? Mrs. Dugan frowns and glances back and forth between me and David. Not that I know of. Peter never mentioned him. Why? No reason, I tell her. Believe me, we aren't looking at Peter to find any fault with him. We just don't have any leads at this point about who might have wanted to do him harm, so we need to follow up with anyone who came into contact with him recently. Any detail could be the clue that helps us solve this case. I can't think of anyone who would want to do this to our boy. Her eyes and mouth screw up all wrong, and she bursts into tears again. Her husband puts his arm around her. She buries her face in his neck and weeps openly. Her husband glares at me. You find out who did this. I don't care what it takes. I want the bastard brought to justice. I lower my voice to a murmur. Believe me, we all want the same thing, and I want to extend an apology to you for the way the department broke the news to you about Peter's death. It was impersonal and heartless, and you deserve better. He frowns. Do you work for the department? No, I don't. I blush in my socks. I just want you to know I realize it was crass and cruel to break the news to you like that, and I'm sorry it worked out that way. We're hoping to change that in the future, and you have my deepest sympathies. I can't imagine losing my beloved son under such horrible circumstances. His wife looks up. Her contorted mouth says, "Thank you," but she can't get the sound out between her broken sobs. I glance over my shoulder at David. He nods, and I get to my feet. We'll let ourselves out. Thank you for seeing us. Please get in touch with me or Detective Graham if you think of anything that might be useful to the investigation, or if you want more information about Peter's case. Please know our thoughts are with you. I slip out of the room. David follows me onto the front porch. When we get there, he blows out a heavy sigh and passes his hand across his eyes.
Phew, I don't envy you that job, I tell you.
I eye the house across the street. He mowed Kathy Nielsen's lawn and did odd jobs for her. He whips around to stare at me.
Why did you ask them about Will? I told you he's clean.
Don't you think it's a little odd that she should be getting Peter to do those jobs? Why isn't Will doing them, since he lives in the house?
How should I know? He fires back. Just because he isn't doing them doesn't make him a murderer.
I didn't imply he was a murderer, I return. I'm just saying there's a connection.
There's a connection to Zach, too, he argues. I don't see you suspecting him.
I freeze in my tracks. What are you saying about Zach?
Nothing, he replies. I'm saying there's the same amount of connection between Peter and Zach as there is between Peter and Will. And I don't see you making suggestions to the effect that Zach had anything to do with Peter's death.
I narrow my eyes at him. I don't like your tone, mister. Peter was Zach's friend. There's no way he could have been remotely involved with Peter's death. He rolls his eyes to heaven and groans.
Will you listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? I never said he was involved with Peter's death. I'm saying you have no reason to think there's a suspicious connection between Peter and Will. You're basing that on hearsay, not fact. Will didn't kill Peter. I'm certain of it.
And what are you basing that on? I demand. You're basing it on the fact that Will has no criminal record, which means exactly nothing. Peter mowed Will's mother's lawn and did odd jobs around her house. Will lives in the same house. That means we have to look into both of them, whether you think Will is the killer or not. He throws back his shoulders, and his eyes glint at me. He clenches his jaw once.
I agree with you on that one.
Good. My eyes dart toward the car. Do you want to talk to them now, or do you want to leave? All at once, he bursts out laughing.
It's good to have you back. I missed you.
He throws one arm around my shoulders and pulls me into a rough bear hug. He kisses me on the head again. I wait for him to let me go. I'm not back because I never left. I've been here the whole time.
I mean, it's good to be working on a case with you again. I've barely seen you since New Year's. I missed this back and forth we have going on.
I sneak a sidelong peek at him and smile. So did I. He jabs me in the elbow.
Come on, I'll drive you back to town.
I hesitate to follow him. Don't you want to talk to the Nielsens?
They won't be home now. Will works in Peterborough, like I told you, and Kathy will be running her craft shop. Tomorrow's Saturday. We'll come back tomorrow evening when they'll both be home.
Chapter 6. David drops me off in front of the candy store. I head for the door, but I stop when I find Kathy Nielsen standing there. Kathy, I exclaim. What are you doing out of your shop? If this is about the promotion, I can... It's not about the promotion, she interrupts. I heard Peter Dugan was killed last night. Is that true? I halt in my tracks. Too many random pieces of this puzzle are coming together too fast for my liking. Yes, it's true.
God, that's terrible. Her hand flies to her forehead. He was such a beautiful, kind, sweet boy. Who could do something like this to him?
I don't know, Kathy. Maybe you can shed some light on the subject. I keep my voice low and cold. Her head shoots up.
Why? What do you mean?
I hear he mowed your lawn and did odd jobs around your house.
Yeah, so?
She fires back.
What does that have to do with him being killed?
Nothing. I turn around and pivot around her to the door. I better get inside, Kathy. I still have some work to do for the promotion. She stands on the sidewalk with her mouth open.
Do you still want to do the promotion?
I check myself. I can't let my personal prejudices about Peter's case color my relationships in this town. Whatever I might think about Peter's death, I can't let it bleed over into business. I rotate to face her. Yes, I still want to do the promotion. I'll just tell you right now that Detective Graham and I want to come around to your house tomorrow evening to talk to you and Will about Peter. It doesn't mean you're under suspicion or anything. We just need to question everyone who was associated with him. I hope you understand.
Sure, I understand.
I hate the stricken expression on her face, especially since I know I caused it. I close my eyes for a moment to collect myself. I'm letting this case get out of hand. When I open them, I smile at her. I'll come by your store in a few hours and pick up the mugs, okay? Her cheeks crack open in a huge grin.
Wonderful. You can bring your candy over at the same time. I have the display all set up ready for it.
Great. I squeeze her hand and she leaves. Why do I feel so rotten about suspecting her? Maybe she only asked about Peter because he was kind and helpful to her. Maybe it has nothing to do with her son. I push my way into the candy store. Patty arches an eyebrow at me from behind the counter.
Was that Kathy Nielsen I saw you talking to out there?
Yes, it was. Do you have a problem with that?
I told you to keep an eye on her,
Patty barks.
She'll rub her bad reputation off on you.
I round on her. For one thing, Kathy doesn't have a bad reputation. She runs a good business, and I'm doing a promotion with her. That means I have to be civil to her, and you'll be civil to her too, Patty, as long as you're working for me. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
I told you it's not her,
Patty counters.
It's that son of hers.
And what exactly do you have against her son? I asked Detective Graham. Will Nielsen has no criminal record. He might be something of a recluse, but he's not dangerous or a criminal. If you don't have anything concrete to share about why you think he's so bad, then I don't want to hear another word about it. I certainly don't want you tarring Kathy with the same brush. Patty compresses her lips into a dead line. She doesn't say a word, which I take to mean she doesn't know one scrap of credible information that would implicate Will Nielsen in anything. She keeps glaring at me, though. I make my way to my office and sit down in my chair to process everything. I run through all the non-suspects we've got so far, all of whom have non-motives. David and I are just as up the creek when it comes to leads as we were this morning. We have a perfect kid, dead from a drug overdose. We have a bunch of his friends, broken-hearted over his death. We have neighbors who also worshipped the ground Peter walked on. So far, we've got a saint for a murder victim, and not one suspect. Tempting as it might seem to suspect Kathy and/or Will, neither of them had any motive to kill Peter either, least of all Kathy. If there's some reason Will won't help his mother around the house, that means Kathy had even less reason to get rid of Peter. I noodle around with paperwork for a while, but after an hour, that gets boring. I want to get out and do stuff and meet people, so I go to the storeroom. I gather up boxes of chocolates and containers of candy and load everything into a gigantic cardboard box. I truck the whole thing down the street to Ribbons and Bows. I don't see Kathy anywhere, so I walk in and set the box on the work table. A large, wire-framed display rack stands in a corner right next to it. That wasn't there last time I was in here. Can this be the display Kathy wants to use for my candy? If it is, it's beyond anything I imagined. I can't think of a better place to offer candy for sale. I rotate it around with my forefinger, and the mechanism creaks. The sound echoes through the store. The next instant, Kathy comes rushing out of nowhere.
Margaret, I didn't hear you come in.
Is this the display rack you want to use to promote my candy? I ask.
Is it good enough?
She counters.
If it isn't, we can figure out something else. I had this rack in storage. I hope you don't mind that I want to reuse it.
Not at all, I tell her. It's fantastic. Thank you so much for doing this. She leans close and touches my arm. She lowers her voice, and her cheeks glow with pleasure.
I'm so happy you decided to keep doing this with me. I would hate to think of you backing out on the promotion because of my connection to Peter.
My cheeks burn, and I look away. Let's not talk about that right now. She rushes to my box, still beaming with happiness.
Let's see what you brought.
She unpacks the box and lays the containers on the work table. Then she slots them into the holders.
This will fit nicely right here, I think, and that one can go over there.
What about your mugs? I ask. Which ones do you want me to take?
Oh!
She jumps a foot in the air and claps her hands.
I've got them all packed up for you.
She hurries away and returns with a stack of cardboard banana boxes full of newspaper wadded into wrapped balls. She sets 3 boxes on the work table next to my chocolates and goes back for more.
Hey!
I call after her. This is way too much.
Shoot for the stars. That's what I always say.
She puffs her bangs off her face, setting another 2 boxes on the pile.
Take these. If you sell them all, let me know and I'll give you some more. If you don't sell them all, no harm, no foul. Just bring them back.
I gape at her cheery visage. Thanks, Kathy. Thank you so much for doing this with me.
You bet.
She turns back to the display and frowns.
Where's your sign?
Sign? I ask. What sign?
The sign to go over the display.
She waves her hands around the rack.
We need a sign that says Nichols Candy Store so the customers know where the candy came from. They need to know where to go to get more of the same if they want it. Otherwise, what's the point of the promotion? See?
You're right, Kathy. I breathe. I never thought of that. She cracks a huge grin.
You're trying to attract more customers, aren't you?
Of course. I guess I have a lot to learn about running a business. She bumps my shoulder with her fist.
Don't we all? Run along back to your place and print off a sign. I have contact paper here to laminate it.
I race back to the candy store and go into a frenzy, bringing up graphics on my computer to make an acceptable sign. I almost fall flat on my face running back with it. By the time Kathy gets through with it, it looks so glossy and professional, I don't know what to think. No way could I ever come up with something as good as that.
Can that really be my humble little candy store promoted with such an impressive display? Do you like it? Kathy asks. Like it? I gasp. I'm astounded. I don't know how I can do your mugs this kind of justice. Don't worry. She threads her arm through my elbow, and we both stand gazing at my candy on display. You're going to do great. I text Zach, and he helps me trundle all the boxes of mugs to the candy store. We stash them in the back, out of the traffic lanes. Just out of curiosity, I crack one of them open and unwrap a few mugs. They look as good as ever. Anyone would be delighted to drink a cup of cocoa out of one of these. A little more digging reveals a large sign folded into an accordion. When I unveil it, I almost pass out on the floor. Kathy's sign is 10 times nicer and more eye-catching than my pathetic attempt at marketing. I really have a lot to learn from her. A niggle of doubt worms into my mind when I think that. What if I find out she really does have something to do with Peter's death? What if her son killed Peter and Kathy got involved in covering it up? I can't have anything to do with her. If I go through with this promotion and find out later she's a criminal, I could be left scrambling to explain to my adoring public why I got mixed up with her in the first place. Get a grip, Margaret. Kathy is not a criminal. I'm certain of that, and no one is going to find out later that she had anything to do with Peter's death. I can't start second-guessing this promotion. It's scheduled for next Sunday. We already paid for the radio spots to advertise it. I already ordered the ingredients for the drinks and coordinated with Sabrina to use her kitchen. If Kathy did have something to do with Peter's death... Nah, she couldn't have. I don't believe it. I'm making myself sick running around in circles over this. I have to go home. When I get back to the house, I find Zach sitting alone on the living room couch. His laptop sits open on his lap, but he doesn't tap at the keyboard or click the mouse. He just gazes at it. He doesn't notice when I enter the room. I ease around him. The screensaver swirls and ripples across the black surface. He doesn't even blink. I lower myself onto the cushion next to him. Are you okay, sweetheart? He blinks and sighs, but he doesn't look away from the machine. Hey, Mom, how was your day? I recline back next to him. Actually, I was hoping I could talk to you about that. Sure, what's up? I steel myself and take his hand. I compress it between both of mine. I love you, Zachary. I want you to know that. His head spins around. I love you too, Mom. No, I mean I really, really love you. I love you more than anyone in the world. I've never loved anyone as much as I love you. I can't imagine my life without you. You make my life worth living. I want you to know that. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I couldn't be more proud of the man you've become. You're a mother's dream come true. His eyebrows lift. Now I'm worried. Are you okay, Mom? Did something happen today? Yeah, something happened. I look down at his hand clasped in mine. Peter Dugan died. His expression goes blank. He stares at me with wooden features. David and I went to visit his parents, I tell him. I see how devastated they are, and I can't imagine having to go through that. Losing you is my worst nightmare. This whole case just makes me realize how much you mean to me. I couldn't go another day without telling you. He faces front. His cheeks turn ashen gray, and his eyes go dead.
He doesn't say anything for so long, I fear what might come next. Please say something, I groan.
I don't know what to think about Peter's death,
he murmurs.
I can't believe he's dead. He was only a month older than me. Did you know that, Mom? The more I got to know him, the more I hoped I might get to be like him someday. And now he's dead. I looked up to him. I even thought I could model myself on him. I never met such a young guy who had his act so much together. And look where it got him.
You can still model yourself on him, I point out. He can still be a role model for you, and we know he didn't do drugs.
But someone killed him, he counters. Maybe he was into something nasty after all.
I don't think so. I think he's clean. He casts another sidelong glance at me. That look gives me a sinking sensation. What?
Nothing.
He starts to stand up. I drag him back down. Out with it, boy. What's bothering you? He shrugs.
I don't want you to think I don't like you being a detective, Mom. I can see how much it means to you, and you've helped so many people. It's just... Well, this is the first time it's been so personal. This is the first time I've been on the other end. You're investigating the death of someone I care about, not some stranger. It kind of hurts, you know?
I want to put my arms around him, but something tells me that will only put him off. I understand. Is there anything I can do to make it easier?
You can't bring him back, but I know now how much it means that you find out who did this. In a way, it's the only thing anyone can do to ease the pain.
I look. Now it's my turn to stare in front of me at nothing. I don't know. In 45 years of being alive on this planet, I've successfully dodged what it means to lose someone I love to a violent crime, let alone a murder. I wish I could tell Zach I understand, but I don't. Almost everyone I know has gone through this. Everyone except me.
Mom?
He asks. I'll do what I can to find out who killed Peter. I'll do anything to make it easier, but we can't bring him back. From now on, he'll have to live in your heart. That's the best we can do.
Chapter 7. The next day is Saturday, and would you believe it, I'm on the roster to work the store. It's just as dead as ever, but I'm far too busy organizing the promotion to worry about that. I'm glad no customers come in. That would break my focus. I unwrap a bunch of mugs and get them ready to put out on the tables. I have my hot plates and extension cords lying ready by the back door. All I have to do on Sunday is lay them out. I can't help experiencing some butterflies in my stomach. I want it to go well. I don't even know if anyone will show up. It might be me, David, and Zach standing outside in the freezing cold drinking soup. At 5 o'clock, I walk home. The instant I set foot through the door, I hear wild whoops of excitement coming from upstairs. I creep up to see what's going on. The noise is coming from Zach's room. I push the door back to see him and Ariel perched on the edge of his bed with remote controls crushed in their hands. They careen back and forth on the bed, battling it out for supremacy in a video game on Zach's computer. Every now and then, one of them grunts or growls in vicious concentration. They plunge one way and then the other, only to erupt in howls of ecstasy. I can't see what's happening on the screen, but whatever it is, it must be earth-shattering. All at once, they both collapse, gasping. They slump against each other, only to high-five each other a moment later. I step into the room. "Hey, you two, what's going on?" "Oh, hey, Mom," Zach breezes.
We were just enjoying a little Grand Theft Auto.
My eyes pop. You what? He laughs in my face. He sure bounced back quickly since last night. It's a game, Mom. What did you think, that we were stealing cars on the computer? Ariel giggles. I turn to her. Does your dad know where you are? She colors, and her eyes skid to one side.
Well, I
raise my eyebrows. Don't tell me you left without telling him. Her smile evaporates.
He's still at work. Zach texted me to ask if I wanted to hang out, so I texted my dad to say I was coming over here. I hope that's all right with you, Margaret. I didn't think you would mind.
I glance at Zach. You invited her over?
Why shouldn't I?
He returns. My shoulders sag. It's all right. I'm just a little on edge right now. Don't mind me. I shuffle away. In a second, beeps and churning noises from the game mingle with laughter and cheers from behind me. I slink back to my own room and sit down heavily on the bed. I take out my phone and text David. Your daughter is over here playing Grand Theft Auto with my son. Send. I can't think of a worse disaster.
So she told me,
he replies. I don't know what to say to that. I stare at the screen when another message comes through.
I'm on my way over to pick you up.
Pick me up? Send.
To question Kathy and Will, remember?
Oh, yeah. Send. I get in a shower before he shows up. I don't think Zach and Ariel even hear me leave the house. David eyes me when I get in the car.
Are you all right?
I'm getting old. I didn't even know what Grand Theft Auto was. He chuckles and squeezes my hand.
That's a good thing.
He drives back to the western neighborhood. I'm really starting to hate the place. He parks in front of Kathy's, and we both get out. We walk up the path together. There's no sign of me doing my bereavement liaison act here. Kathy's face blanches when she answers the door. The next instant, she recovers and holds the door aside.
Come on in. Make yourselves at home.
We follow her into the kitchen, but no one makes themselves at home, not even her. She leans against the counter, and we stand across the room. I can't think of a more tense and formal interview than this. David motions me to begin. I don't want to take the lead on this, but I suppose I have to. So, we're here to talk about Peter Dugan. He helped you around the house. He mowed lawns and did other stuff, is that right?
I told you he did,
she replies. There's no sign of the warmth she showed me yesterday.
Everybody knew about it. It's no secret.
How often would he come over? I ask.
I don't know, maybe twice a week. He did other landscaping and fixing stuff up that got broken. That's about it.
Did you pay him?
Of course I paid him, she snaps. I wouldn't dream of getting him to do it without paying him.
What about Will? I ask. She stiffens.
What about Will?
Did he get along with Peter? She shifts from one foot to the other and won't return my gaze.
I don't think they had anything to do with each other. They never saw each other that I know of.
That's odd, don't you think? I ask. How could Peter work here without seeing Will? She bolts upright and her eyes flash.
Will never had anything to do with Peter. I don't know what you're implying, but he had nothing to do with Peter's death.
Her behavior sets me on edge. I never suggested that he did. She narrows her eyes at me and spits out the words through bared teeth.
You acted weird toward me yesterday when I asked you about Peter. Now I know why. You're trying to implicate Will, aren't you?
I'm telling you, he's innocent. I try to get the situation back in hand. No one is accusing anybody. I just asked how it is that Peter could work around this house without ever seeing Will.
Will's not around much, Kathy cries. He works all the time, and when he's not working, he's...
She breaks off without finishing. He's what? I ask. What does he do when he's not working? She turns side on to present her shoulder to me. She glares through the kitchen door at the backyard.
Never mind what he does.
Could you explain to us why you needed a guy from across the street to mow your lawn when you have a young, able-bodied son around to do it? I ask. All these unanswered questions don't do much to help us clear your son of suspicion. She wheels around and snarls at me. I've never seen her like this. You stop talking so much about Will. He never hurt anybody. If you don't... Just then, a tall young man enters from another room. What's going on? What's all this yelling about Will? He casts a quick glance around the kitchen. Hello, Detective. Hello, Will, David replies. We were just talking to your mom about Peter Dugan. I think you know he was killed the other night. Yeah, I know. He examines everyone in the room. He can't help but notice how disturbed his mother is. David takes over. We need to ask you about Peter. How well did you know him? Hardly at all, Will replies. I knew about him in high school, but he always ran with a different crowd. He was a hardcore jock, and he took tons of advanced placement classes. He was all into getting ahead and success and that kind of stuff. He dressed like he worked in a bank, even then. And what crowd did you run with? David asks. I observe Will while David questions him. His sandy hair tumbles over crystal green eyes. He's got a sturdy body under his loose t-shirt and sweatpants, and he walks around the house barefoot. He returns David's gaze with a direct, open countenance. I don't believe he's trying to hide anything. His face changes in a split second when David asks about his associates in high school. He casts a hasty glance toward his mother. Then he gives a little shrug and looks away. Not that one, anyway. Your mom says you never had anything to do with him when he came over to mow the lawn and that sort of stuff. Is that true? It's true, Will replies. He always came over on Saturday morning after I went to work. I never saw him. I never even knew he came over until Mom told me she hired him to keep the yard. So you never had anything to do with him since high school? David demands. You never even spoke to him? I find that hard to believe. I never did, Will repeated. His friends had a lot more to do with him. Why don't you ask them? We have, and we will again, David tells him. They say Peter was a prince who had no enemies. They say everybody loved him, and he got along with everyone. Will snorts with mocking laughter. That's a good one. What do you mean? David asks. Do you know something that says otherwise? He was no Mother Teresa, and I know at least one person he didn't get along with. Who? David asks. Tim Goop. David's eyes pop. Tim Goop? He was Peter's friend. He was in the group that found him on the beach. He was an emotional wreck. Maybe he was an emotional wreck because he killed Peter, Will suggested. David and I gape at the young man in shock. This is such a turn from the usual stories we keep hearing that I don't want to believe it. David finally manages to stammer out. What makes you think he didn't get along with Peter? I saw him get into a fight with Peter, Will tells us. He hastens to explain when David shakes his head in disbelief. I saw them with my own eyes. It was behind the radio station in Peterborough. They were nose to nose behind the building, and they were bellowing at each other full volume. Then Peter grabbed Tim by the shirt and slammed him against the wall. David gawks at him with his mouth open.
Did they see you?
Nope. I was across the street, so I didn't hear what they were saying, but I saw the whole thing. I was sitting behind the shop where I work. I was on my lunch break, and I had a clear view between the buildings. You can check it out if you don't believe me. Peter smashed Tim against the wall twice. Then he jammed his finger in Tim's face and yelled something else before he stormed off. I never saw the guy so irate. David bows his head and nods.
We will check it out. We have to double-check every detail of your story.
He shrugs again, and this time he looks David square in the eye. I don't mind. I have nothing to hide. I didn't do anything to Peter.
I sure hope not.
David jerks his chin at me.
Let's go.
Will and Kathy stay in the kitchen while David and I show ourselves out. Kathy doesn't walk us to the door. That alone spells suspicion to me, but why should it? Out in the car, David sits in silence, brooding. I break the stillness. What did you think of that?
I find it hard to believe a kid like Peter slammed anyone against a wall, especially one of his closest friends. Tim would have to have done something pretty serious to make Peter that mad. I also find it awfully convenient that Peter blew up like that where no one but Will could see him. He did it in an alley, away from prying eyes. That suggests he was trying to hide whatever it was, which doesn't fit his profile.
Do you believe Will's story about never talking to Peter? I ask. That's what I really don't get. He growls under his breath.
I know one thing with absolute certainty. The killer had ready access to drugs, a lot of drugs, and the most dangerous street drugs around. We're looking for a drug addict or a drug dealer, probably a dealer. The killer found it easier to kill Peter with drugs than with a knife or a gun. That says something. It means he or she had the drugs on hand and knew how to use them. This is a serious felon we're talking about, not some kid from West End.
So you still think Will's innocent? He certainly looked to me like he had something to hide. He swivels around and cocks his head at me.
The guy works 6 days a week. Did you see his hands? He has hardened black calluses on his hands and grease caked under every fingernail. He's a mechanic. Someone who works that much doesn't do drugs, and he certainly doesn't deal them. Drug dealers don't work for a living. That much I know.
If he didn't do it, then who did? He seizes the ignition key and fires up the engine.
I don't know, but at this point, everyone's a suspect.
He drives me home and stops in the usual place outside my house. According to our custom, we sit in the car and talk before parting for the night. He stretches a hand across the seat and takes mine.
Are you working tomorrow?
No, I have the day off.
How about we go stake out Will?
He offers.
It's his day off, too. If he did anything out of the ordinary, he would have done it on a Sunday.
I brighten up. Okay, that sounds good. Maybe we'll discover something to either clear him or cast suspicion on him.
That's what I think, he tells me. In the meantime, I have a favor to ask.
What's that?
I want you to keep an eye on Kathy.
He goes on.
You're working with her over the next week, getting ready for the promotion. Let me know if she does anything suspicious.
Why? I ask. You don't consider her a suspect, do you?
Everyone's a suspect, no exceptions.
But she has no motive to kill Peter, I insist. Think about it. She wasn't getting any help from Will. She needed Peter to do those jobs for her. She wouldn't have paid him if she didn't really need them done. She wouldn't want to get rid of him. He shakes his head. His granite features tell me there's no budging him.
Something could have happened that made getting rid of him take higher priority than getting her lawn mowed. She could get someone else to mow her lawn.
Could have, I grumble.
Just keep an eye on her. If she does anything suspicious, you tell me.
I roll my eyes and turn away. Fine, but she's innocent. You'll see I'm right.
I sincerely hope you are.
He climbs out of the car and walks me to the porch. When we get there, he puts his arms around me, and our lips drift closer together.
I'll pick you up tomorrow at 8:30.
I smile up into his endless blue eyes. I can't wait.
Me either.
He kisses me.
Good night.
Chapter 8.
Here he comes,
David murmurs. I rub my eyes and squint through the windshield. The morning sun streams through the leafy canopy over the western neighborhood and gives it a sparkly freshness that belies the secret skeletons that dwell out of sight. I thank heaven I'm not investigating people and events in my own neighborhood. I would hate to develop this sickening aversion to the place the way I am toward the western neighborhood. Down the block, Kathy's door opens, and Will emerges wearing nice khaki slacks, polished leather shoes, and a button-down shirt and blazer with no tie. His wet hair sticks to his scalp. He looks nice, I remark.
I wonder where he's going, David adds. He looks like he's got a date.
At 9:30 in the morning? I point out. Hardly. David waits until Will walks out of sight before he starts the car. He creeps down the block in stealth mode. We barely keep Will in view, leaving the neighborhood. He follows the street to Main Street and continues to the center of town. He doesn't stop at any stores. He nods to passers-by on his way until he comes to the park. He lingers near the tennis courts for a while. He reclines against the chain-link fence and watches the players hitting balls back and forth. Then he ambles over to the skateboard area. He slouches around the periphery here, too. He observes young guys zipping back and forth on their boards and their rollerblades, but he doesn't join in. He keeps his hands thrust deep in his pockets. I don't like the look of this. We stay in the car, and David watches him through binoculars. Will paces back and forth a few times. After an hour, a new batch of skaters arrives. 4 of them approach him.
Hello,
David murmurs to himself.
This looks a little more like it.
Is he selling them drugs after all? I don't want to believe it, but what else can he be doing at the park at this hour?
He's just talking to them at the moment. He still hasn't taken his hands out of his pockets.
One skater points across the lawn toward the other end of town, and the whole group explodes with side-splitting laughter. They hug their ribs, and some bend over coughing. Just then, Will pulls his hands out, but only to clasp the other kid's hand. They give each other a quick handshake before Will strides away on his mysterious errand. David lowers his binoculars.
Well, what do you know about that? No drugs changed hands. If he was doing it, I would have thought he would do it here. Maybe he's clean after all.
We better follow him. He starts the motor, and we carry on, sneaking after Will. He circles the park and plunges into the trees. We lose sight of him in the dense undergrowth, heading for the houses scattered around West End. I sigh in defeat. Oh well, I guess we lost him.
Not at all,
David counters.
He's following a trail to the highway. It's a well-known shortcut.
He yanks the wheel and spins the car around. He motors back to Main Street and around to the highway heading east. He speeds up. About a mile down the thoroughfare, we spot Will again. He waits under a bus stop shelter and scans the road in anticipation for the bus to arrive. David passes him without slowing down. He drives several more miles until we pass the bus going the other way. Blocky white lettering across the roof reads Peterborough. So that's where Will is going. Everything makes sense now. The minute it appears, David jerks the car around and pulls in behind the bus. It noses into the shelter and picks up Will. Off we go toward Peterborough. David maintains a healthy distance behind the bus until it stops at the bus station in the city. Will gets down and starts walking with no apparent destination in mind. He walks down the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets. David follows at least 3 blocks behind, but neither of us can divine what Will is up to until he sits down on a bench across the street from a daycare center. David throws the car into park.
I don't like the look of this.
You didn't like the look of the park, but that turned out to be nothing, I point out. Maybe this will turn out to be nothing too. He humps under his breath and scowls at the daycare center, especially when the children come out and Will gets to his feet. His features brighten. He looks 10 times more animated now than I've seen him before. He observes the children playing for a while. Then he jogs across the street. He rests one hand on the wire fence separating the playground from the sidewalk. He peers through it intently with a rapt expression on his face. David growls low.
Don't you dare, buddy.
My blood runs cold. Is Will Nielsen targeting children as young as daycare age to get them hooked on drugs? How could anyone be so evil? If it's true, he's certainly capable of murder to cover up his dealings. I cringe when he puts his hands in his pockets again. I want to run out there and scream at him to get away from the children. A few of the kids stop and talk to him through the wire. They smile and laugh. This is so much worse than I ever imagined. The bell rings, loud enough for us to hear it down the block and through the car windows. I breathe a sigh of relief when the children race back inside without incident. My spirits take another tumble when the center's doors open and dozens of children stream outside. My phone says it's high noon. The children run to meet parents and other adults gathered around the entrance, but Will hangs back. A minute later, a little girl comes out. She pivots around the corner to walk to him next to the fence. She stops in front of him, staring down at the ground. She and Will exchange words. She nods. He says something, and they walk away side by side. David shifts in his seat.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Where is he taking her? You have to stop him. Can't you pick him up right now?
We still haven't seen him do anything against the law,
he observes.
But he's kidnapping that little girl.
My voice rises to a shriek.
We can't let him go off alone with her.
Not yet.
David starts the motor.
Did you see her walk toward him like that? She knew he would be there. He's not a stranger to her. Whatever he's doing with her was planned before today, and she knew all about it. Schools have protocols for who can pick kids up at the end of the day, and she expected to meet him here. Don't ask me to explain it, because I can't. We just have to follow them and find out where he takes her.
He puts the car in motion, and we trail Will and the girl all the way back to the bus station. Will doesn't stop or dilly-dally along the way this time. He goes straight there, buys a ticket at the office, and he and the girl sit in the waiting room and wait for the bus. When it shows up, they both get on, riding back to West End. David and I drive down the highway in silence. My mind spins through a million possibilities, each more ghastly than the next. What is Will planning to do with that little girl? They dismount at the same bus shelter and walk all the way back to town. They take the same shortcut. The girl keeps pace with Will and even holds his hand a few times, but not often. They traverse Main Street. When they enter the western neighborhood, my resolve stiffens. Will must be taking her to his house. I'm starting to get the picture. David parks the car down the block from Kathy's house and switches off the motor. "What do you want to do now?" I ask.
"Just wait 10 minutes, he tells me. Then we'll go see what's going on."
This is the longest 10 minutes of my life. I keep checking my phone every minute and a half to count down the seconds. If Will is doing something awful to that little girl in there, every minute counts, and here we sit in the car staring at the front yard. It's a good thing David is here, or I would have broken down the door a long time ago. David pulls out his sidearm and checks the magazine. Then he tucks it back into his shoulder holster.
"All right, let's go."
We march up to the door. He pounds on it with a thunderous knock. The whole neighborhood reverberates with the sound. A high-pitched shriek answers us from inside. It sends a shiver down my spine. A second later, Will rips the door open. He tenses when he recognizes David and me.
"Detective, is there a problem?" "I sure hope not, Will."
I can tell by David's voice that he certainly thinks there is one.
"Is your mom home?"
"Sorry, nope." Will blockades the threshold like he wants to stop us from coming in. "She's still at the store. She won't be home until this evening. Do you want to leave her a message?" David hesitates for a fraction of an instant. Then he squares his shoulders.
"Do you mind if we come in for a minute, Will? It's official, I'm afraid."
I shudder to think how Will might respond, but at that moment, the same little girl charges around the corner. She skids out of the carpeted hall, screaming,
"Daddy, the dog is eating the soap out of the shower!"
She slips on the tiles in surprise when she sees us and collides with Will's leg. The excited smile drains off her face. She pulls to a stop and cowers behind his leg, staring up at us with huge brown eyes. She wraps her tiny arms around his thigh and clings to him.
"Daddy, who are those people?"
He murmurs down at her. "They're just some people from town, sweetie." I can't believe the evidence of my senses. Daddy? Will is this little girl's father? Will glances back and forth between me and David, and his eyes harden. "This is my daughter, Brienne. Do you still need to come inside?" David bows his head and sighs.
"I guess we do."
Will lets us in. He takes the little girl to another room. When he comes back, the house falls quiet. David slumps against the kitchen counter.
"I'm sorry to say we made a few unflattering assumptions about why you picked that girl up from daycare earlier."
"I can see that," Will replies. "I don't want to know what you really thought." "Can you tell us about her?" I venture. "How is it that no one in West End knows you have a daughter?" He shrugs and lowers his eyes to the floor.
I won't lie to you. I tried to keep her a secret. I hooked up with a girl in high school. She was a drugged-out goth with rotten teeth and every rib showing. She was the only girl in school who would look sideways at me. At least, that's what I thought at the time. I had sex with her in the back seat of her father's car, parked in the driveway. She got pregnant. I only found out because she got arrested a month later, and they did a pregnancy test at the country jail. She had the baby behind bars.
Now it's my turn to collapse against the counter. Jesus, I'm so sorry, Will. I had no idea.
My mom and I raised the baby for 7 months until Josie got out of jail. Then, Josie petitioned the court for shared custody. She had stayed clean for a year, so the judge granted her petition. She and I have been passing Brienne back and forth ever since. That's why I work so much, to pay for the things Brienne needs. Josie's on parole, so Brienne's financial well-being is all on my shoulders. I got a job in Peterborough so I could be closer in case Brienne needs me. Sometimes Josie can't make the daycare pickup, so she calls me to fill in. When I have Brienne here with me, I take her to work with me and drop her off before and pick her up after. It works better.
David and I exchanged glances. I'm really sorry we assumed, Will, I tell him. I feel like a tool now.
So no one in West End knows anything about this, David remarks. It must be hard to keep it a secret.
Not really, Will replies. Brienne never left the house much when she was really little, and since then she spends most of her time in Peterborough anyway. She's either at her mother's or at daycare. When she's in West End, she's in the house. It just worked out that way. But like I said, I never really wanted anyone knowing how stupid I was when I was a kid. I certainly didn't want anyone in West End knowing I had to deal with a recovering crack whore who can't put food in her kid's mouth. I can't look at him. God, I feel dumb for thinking he could be involved in Peter's death.
Josie can't pay her rent. She can't pay for power. She can't buy Brienne's clothes. I pay for it all. Will goes on. Brienne would be dead now if it wasn't for me keeping the ship afloat. Does the judge know that? David asks. You could get sole custody if you reported her. I know that. Will fires back. I would ruin Josie's life and Brienne's life if I did that. I've seen them together. Brienne needs her mother, even if Josie's not the greatest example of maternal commitment. I don't want to take that away from her. It's a small sacrifice to work so much if it means Brienne has everything she needs, including an ongoing relationship with her mother.
I stare at him in wonder. He's more a man than I ever suspected. He's more responsible than just about anyone his age that I've ever met. He's had to grow up fast, and he put his shoulder to the wheel and did what he had to do for his daughter's sake. I choose my next words with care. What about your mom? Does she want you to hide Brienne from the people of West End?
No, that was my idea. I guess I was just embarrassed that I got myself into this mess in the first place. Mom was tickled pink to have a granddaughter. She wanted us to raise Brienne here, and for her to go to daycare here and everything. She wanted Brienne to have a typical American childhood in West End, but when Josie got out of jail and wanted to try being a mother, I couldn't say no. I don't know what to say, Will, I tell him, except that I vastly underestimated you. I'm sorry. I can see now why you were never around when Peter was working on your mother's yard. We'll leave you alone with your daughter now. That's okay.
He straightens up.
I had nothing to do with Peter Dugan's death. I'm telling you the truth about that.
David nods.
To tell you the truth, our suspicions have all evaporated, so unless we find some other connection between you and Peter, you're in the clear.
Thank you. Will escorts us to the door. He shakes hands with David, and we leave with our tails between our legs. Out in the car, we both sit quietly and stare at the house for a long time. I don't know what to say. How could I so vastly misjudge someone? Patty put a bug in my ear, and I let her comments sway my opinion, not only of Will, but of Kathy, too. At last, David breaks the silence.
I guess that explains why some people around here thought he was sneaking around.
It also explains what he was trying to hide, I add.
Well, that's one less suspect on our list.
He sits forward and grabs the ignition key. Not necessarily, I point out. We know why he was sneaking around and hiding something, but we haven't completely cleared him. He might still have killed Peter for some reason.
Maybe.
He starts the motor.
When's your next day off? I want to take a look at Tim Goop next.
Chapter 9. I settle into the passenger seat of David's car. When he gets behind the wheel and shuts his door, I crack a grin. We should spend every Saturday together. He turns the ignition.
That would certainly be an improvement on never seeing you at all, but only as long as there's no murder investigation involved.
I know what you mean. We tootle out of town. So, where are we going to look for Tim Goop?
He's out at the beach with his friends.
He casts a sidelong glance at me and raises an eyebrow while he drives.
I want to talk to you about something before we get there.
Fire away.
It's about Zach.
I freeze in my seat. What about him?
Tim hangs out with the same crowd as Zach. They were together when they found Peter's body, and they're likely to be together today.
My ears burn. What's your point?
My point is that by staking out Tim, you'll be staking out Zach. We'll be following him around and shadowing his movements.
Okay, I reply. So?
So, you're going to have to be careful how much you tell Zach about your activities. When you go home tonight and he asks you what you did today, what are you going to say? That you staked out Tim Goop? That's going to tip him off. In the first place, things could get sticky between the two of you when he realizes you were following him around. And in the second place, he might tell Tim that we're following him.
I look away. Okay, I understand.
So, what are you going to say?
I'm going to say I was working with you on the case, that's all. I tell him. He doesn't need to know the details, and he won't ask. He's not interested. He shrugs and goes back to scanning the road.
Just bear it in mind, okay?
Okay, I can do that. We pull up to the beach. We see a cluster of black dots down the sand, near where they had the bonfire the other night. David watches them through his binoculars. We sit there for over an hour. Nothing happens. What's the point of this? I ask. We already know Tim and his friends don't do drugs, and it doesn't look like Tim is going anywhere. He puts his binoculars away.
You're right. Let's go talk to him.
I grab his arm. Hold it. What are you going to talk to him about? We already questioned him the night they found the body.
We haven't asked him about the fight he got into with Peter. Apparently, no one knows about it except Will. If we confront Tim with it, we might find out it never happened and that Will was sending us on a wild goose chase.
And if we find out that it did happen? I ask. What then?
Then we find out that we have another person who may have wanted Peter dead.
He grabs his door handle.
Come on.
We get out into a bracing winter wind. It numbs my ears and nose and stings my eyes. I'll never understand why these young people want to hang out in this weather of their own free will. Then again, maybe none of them has a house to gather in. They would be welcome to use my house, but maybe Zach doesn't want to run the risk of his friends coming into contact with his mother. I huddle in my coat on the hike down the beach. When we get there, Zach and his friends turn to meet us.
What can we do for you, Detective?
Zach asks David.
We're here to talk to Tim Goop.
David motions Tim aside.
Do you mind, Tim?
Tim glances around at his friends, but what choice does he have? He joins us, and the three of us walk a short distance down the waterline.
I hope you don't mind us singling you out like this, Tim.
David begins.
You see, we have a rather disturbing report about you getting into a fight with Peter Dugan before he died.
Tim straightens up in a hurry. I never got in a fight with Peter. He was the nicest guy around. He never got in fights with anybody.
Our source says otherwise. Someone saw you and Peter in an alley behind the radio station in Peterborough. Our source says you were yelling in each other's faces and that Peter slammed you up against a wall before storming off. Is that true?
Tim narrows his eyes. I see him go through the full range of charades, trying to cover up an honest answer. Who is this source of yours? Who's making accusations against me?
No one is making accusations against you, David replies. And I'm afraid I can't reveal the identity of the source. You see, if it turns out to be true, and you're involved in Peter's murder in any way whatsoever, our source's safety could become compromised. Besides, who the source is doesn't matter. I want to hear you tell me to my face that it's not true, that you never got into an altercation with Peter that culminated in him slamming you against a wall.
Tim looks at me, like that's going to do him some good. Then he wilts. Fine. Yes, it's true.
What was the argument about? David asks.
Tim opens his mouth and shuts it again. He looks left and right again, just to make absolutely certain there's no way he can get out of this. Finally, he bows his head. I owed him money. I borrowed money from him, and I couldn't pay it back. He kept nagging me about it, but I just put him off. I had no idea how I was ever going to pay him back. Then he found out about this new hotshot weightlifting coach in Hartford. He wanted to sign up with this dude's gym, and he needed the money to make the initial payment. I couldn't come up with the money. He cornered me in Peterborough, and when I still couldn't say when I would be able to pay him, he lost it. I've never seen him like that. Not ever. He was the most understanding guy around. I'm a flake. I let him down. It was my fault.
David relaxes. All right. Thank you for coming clean. That explains a lot.
Tim hesitates a moment. Can you tell me who the source is now?
I'm afraid not,
David replies.
I've already told you too much already, and since the person's statement was true, it's even more important that I protect their identity. I hope you understand.
I didn't kill Peter, Tim declares. You have to believe me. I loved that guy. I admired him. I only wish I could have been as good a friend to him as he was to me. David claps him on the back.
Believe me when I tell you that everyone who loses someone close to them goes through the same thing.
Tim raises his head. Tears stand on his eyelashes. Really? Did it happen to you?
Oh, yeah.
David turns away.
You're free to return to your friends, Tim.
We saunter back to the car. I don't want to bring up David's past. I don't know what else to say, so I leave the silence alone until we get back into the car. David fires up the engine and blasts the heater to warm us up, but we don't move. We sit there for another hour until Tim, Zach, Gilly, and their friends start to leave. We stay out of sight and observe Tim get in his car. Then, David tails him to his house in the eastern neighborhood. We sit there, doing and saying nothing, for another hour and a half. Tim doesn't come out. He doesn't go anywhere. At long last, David throws up his hands.
This is pointless.
What are you staking him out for, anyway? I ask. He didn't kill Peter. You heard him. He admired Peter. So he owed him money. That's no reason to kill a friend. He swings the car around.
Until I eliminate him or anyone else, they're all still suspects.
He has no motive, I remind him. None of them does. Not a strong one, at least. We keep coming up empty.
I don't know, but something's gotta break sooner or later.
He drives me back to my house. I won't be able to work on the case for the next 36 hours, I tell him. I'll be up to my neck in this promotion. You can handle it on your own, can't you? He laughs.
I handled it on my own for 15 years before I met you. I think I can cope. Besides, this will give you some time to observe Kathy Nielsen.
I won't be observing her because there's nothing to observe, I counter. She's innocent.
So you keep saying. Just keep an eye on her.
I'll have no choice, I reply. I'll be spending nearly the next 2 days with her. He walks me to the door. Only after I get inside and into the heat from the living room do I understand what he was trying to warn me about at the beach. I hear Zach and Gilly talking. Under normal circumstances, I would go in there and spend some time with them. Things are different now. I might not be investigating them in particular, but staking them out for half the day and watching their movements changes the dynamic between us. I halt in the doorway. They both look up at me, and I see it written all over their faces. Their eyes don't sparkle with friendly welcome. They don't invite me in or tell me to sit down. A veil of suspicion hangs between us. How strange to be the one under suspicion instead of being the one doing the suspecting. I don't suspect Zach or Gilly of anything. I know neither of them killed Peter. They suspect me, though. They suspect me of suspecting them, or at least their friends. I don't like this feeling at all.
How's it going, Mom?
Thank God Zach said something. I don't think I could. It's going good, but cold. I rub my hands for theatrical effect. I don't know how you guys can hang around at the beach in this weather.
Normally we build a bonfire.
He keeps his voice flat with no inflection. He might as well be talking to the wall.
I don't think we'll go out there much anymore, though. None of us likes it there anymore since we lost Peter.
All at once, the barrier between us falls away. Gilly stares at the tabletop with no expression whatsoever. Did I make a mistake? Maybe that wall separating us isn't suspicion at all. They're just confused and hurting over Peter's death. They don't know how to handle it, so this is how they act. I still can't go in there. I can't share their grief when I'm investigating the case. I just nod. I've been meaning to tell you, if you and your friends want to hang out here, you're more than welcome. I think it will be a little warmer than the beach. Gilly's head shoots up. Really, Margaret? Are you sure about that? You're not just saying that to be nice? I bite back a smile. I am nice, sweetie, and I really do mean it. I would much rather you hang out here than out in that wind. You can crank up the heater and raid the fridge whenever you want. And we have Wi-Fi. Talk to your friends about it. The door's always open. I head upstairs. I have a lot of work to do to get ready for the promotion tomorrow. And if they do decide to use this house as their hangout base, they won't want me around. I'll have to make myself scarce. I hole up in my room and shut the door. I sit cross-legged on the bed and pull out a stack of documents related to the promotion. The truth is, I want to hide from this murder case too. I don't want to think about it or be a part of it. I'm sure glad I can retreat into being nothing more than the local candy store owner. I would hate to be a cop where I had to think about it and work on it all the time without any reprieve. I can't think of a worse fate. Chapter 10. Someone up in heaven must have my back because Sunday dawns sparkling crystal clear. It's still icy cold, but that couldn't be better. The sun glistens on the ice crystals. This is the first sunny day I can remember since October. I wake up at 5. I can't go back to sleep, so I get up, put on every layer I've got, and go downstairs. I won't be able to sit still until I start working on the promotion, so here goes. I brew a pot of coffee and scramble a big plateful of eggs. I'm going to need fuel to get through today with all my energy pumping. As soon as I eat and bolt my coffee, I ease out of the house and tiptoe down the steps. Then I race into town. I unlock the store and flip on the lights. Now that I'm going, I couldn't stop if I tried. This is going to be a great day. I get busy hauling the tables outside. I set them up on the sidewalk and put out all the signs Kathy and I made announcing our hot drinks and soup. I run the extension cords through the door and plug in the hot plates and soup warmers. I go next door to the baker's dozen to get the soups out of Sabrina's freezer, but I find the rear kitchen entrance locked. Sabrina's not there, and the bakery stands dark and deserted in the frosty morning. It's too early. I get back to the candy store to see Kathy coming down the street. She pushes a hand truck loaded with cardboard boxes. She breaks into a grin when she sees me. "You're an early bird." "I couldn't sleep. I was too excited to get started." "That makes 2 of us." She stands the hand truck to one side. "I brought some more mugs in case we need them." I gape at the boxes. "All that? How much hot cocoa do you think we're going to sell? I doubt most people want to get out of bed on a day as cold as this. We might get a few diehards, but not that many." "It never hurts to be prepared." She points at me. "That's what my mama always told me. Be prepared." I have to laugh. The tower of 5 boxes, all loaded with mugs. There's no way that many people are going to come out for this promotion. We chatter back and forth, setting up the rest of our table. After a while, a bundled creature shuffles down Main Street. We can't make out who it is under several winding tons of scarves, hats, mittens, coats, and snow boots. The person stops and eyes us, laughing and joking in the chill. All we can see are 2 eyes blanketed in knitwear. All at once, a friendly voice greets us. "Don't you guys know what time it is? Don't you ever sleep? Sabrina!" I rush at her. "We've been waiting for you to open up." "You can be our first customer." Kathy holds out a mug. "Would you like some hot cocoa?" Sabrina yanks down her scarf and grins. Her breath forms a steam cloud in front of her face. "Sure, what the heck, right?" Kathy warms up the milk while Sabrina picks out a mug from the dozens on display. She selects a mug in the shape of a cow. The animal's tail curves to make the handle, with the cutest little udder sticking out underneath. 2 ears and a pink snout protrude from the other side. We all laugh and make fun of the clever mugs, while Kathy pours the hot milk into a mug and stirs in the cocoa. Sabrina gives me her keys. She sips her drink and hangs out with Kathy while I go to the bakery and get out the soups. The rising sun touches the rooftops just as I put the soups in the warmers to heat up. Sabrina shifts back and forth from one foot to the other to keep warm. She keeps one hand tucked in her pocket and drinks her cocoa with the other. The 3 of us can't stop smiling and talking like we're at a cocktail party. I hear a bang down the street. I look up to see Simone Peretti unlocking her antique store. She glances over at the same time when she hears voices. Then she leaves her store and crosses to join us.
Well, what have we here?
She picks up a mug shaped like a rotund airplane. She sets it aside and examines another one in the shape of a bowling ball. She inserts her fingers into the 3 holes to pick it up.
These are adorable. You really are a creative genius, Kathy.
You could buy it with hot cider in it, Simone, I tell her. What do you say? She brightens up.
Sold.
Sabrina turns to Simone while she waits for her cider to warm up. Did you hear the news? An agent for Sotheby's is coming to town to auction off the antiques from Brett Farnsworth's store. Apparently, Brett needs the money to pay for his murder defense. I know you might have a sore spot about him since he killed your friend Christopher, but you might get some good antiques from the sale.
Oh, I heard all about it, Simone replies. And I'll be there with bells on. If I can get my grubby little mitts on some of Brett's merchandise, I'll be delighted. Not only does he have some of the best stuff on the eastern seaboard, but selling it myself and getting the money that should have been his will be the ultimate revenge for what he did to Christopher. I'll be laughing all the way to the bank.
We all burst out laughing. The noise echoes across the street. At that moment, Officer Tomlinson appears from the other side of the bakery.
I hear this is the place to be. What do you recommend, barmaid?
Kathy blushes and bats her eyelashes. We have hot cocoa and hot cider. We'll have soup, too, as soon as it warms up. We weren't expecting so many people to come so early, I add. Even if we had, the soup still wouldn't be warmed up, Kathy chimes in. It just came out of the freezer.
What kind of soup is it?
He asks. This one is cream of broccoli, and this one is clam chowder.
All right. Give me a hot cocoa, and when it's ready, I'll have a clam chowder, too.
He peruses the selection of mugs.
Now for the hard part.
Slowly but surely, the group expands. More people emerge from their buildings and houses. The conversation branches until multiple clusters of people gather around our table. They all talk and laugh and have a good time while they sip their drinks from Kathy's mugs. I catch her grinning at me and elbow her in the ribs. Look at this! Did you ever expect this to be such a success? I told you it would be, she murmurs back. You have a knack for giving people exactly the social outlets they really need. Your mugs are a big hit. You really outdid yourself. We just might need them after all. Someone shouts out of the crowd. Hey, Nichols, bring out the candy. You're not holding out on us. Give us something really good to eat. My eyes widen. You want candy? Yeah, everyone choruses, followed by raucous laughter. All right, I'll give you candy. I dry my hands on a towel and march into the store. I return with lollipops, boxes of chocolate, and a jar of jelly beans. The crowd presses close. They start eating candy along with their soups and drinks. Everyone holds a mug of some description, and we're burning through the supplies a lot faster than I anticipated. Everyone's eyes are shining. Their cheeks glow, and their talk flies so thick and fast I can't keep track of it all. David appears from the throng. I have to strain to hear him over the noise. Give me a hot cocoa in that jailhouse mug. I laugh, but I don't have time to stop and talk. More people line up to get drinks and soup and candy. Kathy works at top speed, taking everyone's money and replacing the mugs with more. I wish I had time to look closely at them all, because some of them are hilarious. We run out of soup at noon. Sorry, folks, I announce. That's the last of the soup. A refrain of, "Aww," rises from those waiting to be served. Sorry, I call back. We'll know to make more next year. Yay! Everyone cheers. In the meantime, I go on, you'll just have to satiate your hunger with candy. They all burst out laughing. I see people digging out their wallets in the queue. They talk forward and backward to their neighbors while they wait. Simone has assigned herself the job of assisting us. She holds her bowling ball mug in one hand and meanders down the line, asking everyone what they want. When she finds out, she calls up to us so we can get their drinks ready. This way, people don't have to wait so long to get what they ordered. They just have to pay, pick out their mug, and we can pour the made drink into it. By 2 o'clock, we run out of cocoa and cider too, but the crowd doesn't disperse. They stand around talking and having a great time, even the people who should be running their businesses right now. Sabrina, Simone, Stacy Coons, and a few other Main Street business owners mill around socializing. Stacy and Sabrina have employees to run their businesses in their absence, but Simone doesn't. She's just having too good a time to leave. As soon as we stop serving, I get swept into the melee of people who all want to congratulate me on another stunning success. Kyle Davidson crushes my hand in his iron grip and shakes my arm off my shoulder. Thank you for this, Margaret. I really needed a reason to get out of the house, and this was just the ticket. I sure hope you meant what you said about doing this next year. I did, I reply. Now that I know people want this, I can do it every year. It's a great way for all of us to get out and get together for a winter event when nothing else is going on around town. David migrates to my side. Well, we've gone through nearly the whole day without seeing or speaking to each other once. Tell me this isn't going to become a trend. It better not, I return. As soon as we get this stuff packed up, it's back to business as usual for me. He slips his arm around my shoulders and kisses me on the forehead. Tomlinson and I have to get back to the office. I'll text you tomorrow about that other thing. I frown. Other thing? He swishes his forefinger back and forth through the air. You know, that other thing. It takes me a minute to realize he's talking about the case. I completely blocked it out of my mind in the flurry of excitement. Oh, of course. Have your people call my people. He waves, and he and Tomlinson leave. One by one, people start to drift away. Part of me is glad. Part of me is sorry the event is over. Oh well, this just gives me added motivation to start planning for next year. I have to tally up everything I made and everything I sold. I have to take notes on when we ran out of everything, so I can calculate exactly how much of everything to make next year. When word gets out what a success this one was, more people will show up. My mind goes into a whirl while Kathy and I break down our displays and pack up. She hefts the last few boxes of mugs.
Do you mind if I store these in your store, Margaret? It's just for tonight. I'll take them back to my place tomorrow. I just don't feel like hauling them down the street after standing on my feet all that time.
Sure, leave them here, I tell her. I still can't believe we sold as many as we did. She beams at me.
I'll have to get started now to make more for next year. This is going to be the biggest winter bonanza ever.
I straighten up and stare at her with wide eyes. That's a perfect name for it, the Winter Bonanza. She laughs out loud. I guess we can't keep calling it the promotion. It doesn't have the same ring, does it? I carry the tables inside and wind up the extension cords. When I take them to the storeroom to put them away, I find Kathy stacking the boxes of extra mugs by my back door. I take the opportunity to walk over to her. Listen, Kathy, I've been meaning to say something to you, but I never got the chance. We've both been so busy, and I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk in private. Her eyebrows go up.
What's up? It's nothing serious, I hope.
Actually, it is serious. I want to tell you I know about Brienne. Detective Graham and I went to your house a second time to question Will about Peter's murder. The truth is, we were on a stakeout. We followed him to her daycare center, and we saw him take her home with him. When we questioned him, he told us the whole story. She gasps out loud, but in half a second, she relaxes.
I'm glad you know. I'm glad somebody knows.
He told us you never approved of keeping her hidden. I just want you to know that I know, and that I think you and Will are doing a great job. I think a lot of people in West End would be delighted to welcome Brienne as a part of our community.
That's what I keep telling Will, she replies. But he won't listen. He says that until Josie screws up and gets her custody rights taken away, Brienne's life should stay in Peterborough. I've tried 1,000 times to convince him, Margaret. I really have, but I've learned the hard way to just play it his way for the time being. Maybe he's right. Either way, he's her father. I'm just the grandma. Her mischievous smile when she says that makes me laugh. It's hard to imagine a pretty, youngish woman like Kathy being anybody's grandma. I guess I can understand how he feels, I tell her. He's young. He's worried about how the people of West End will see him if they find out that he made such a drastic mistake. Anyway, you and he are doing a wonderful thing for her. I want you to know that you have my full support, even if that means keeping Brienne a secret from everyone in West End. Thank you, Margaret. I'll tell Will you said that.
She squeezes my arm. Then she checks her watch.
It's 3 o'clock. I better get back to my store and lock up. I'll see you later.
After she leaves, I head outside to collect the rest of the supplies. My heart sinks when I see that everyone has left. I'm all alone. I heave a sigh. Every time I have a success like this, it gives me 1,000 ideas for what to do next. I want to try a few more things over winter before the season picks up again. I want to collaborate with the other business owners on Main Street to promote each other's businesses. It's getting dark and nearly time to close the store, so I haven't missed any sales. Not regular ones, that is. We made a mint on the drinks and mugs, though. After I finish putting everything away, I'll go to my office and count the proceeds. I know already that they vastly exceed my expectations. On my last trip, I carry the jelly beans and boxes of chocolate to the storeroom to put them away. I set both jars on the rack when, out of nowhere, the door slams behind me. I whip around. The door is shut. How did that happen? I make sure the jars aren't in any danger of falling off the rack and go to the door. It's locked from the outside. I'm trapped. Chapter 11. I stare at my storeroom door for a long time. I just can't bring my mind to accept I'm really locked in here. I always lock the door myself, from the outside. It doesn't lock me in. That does not happen. I try the door 2 or 3 more times, like that's going to make it somehow less locked. One of these times, I'm going to try it and it will just magically open the way it's supposed to. Come to think of it, I've never even been inside the storeroom with the door shut. Ever. It always stands open whenever anybody works in the store. The minute Zach or Patty or I open up, we unlock the storeroom and it stays open until we close. That's the way it works. After almost a half an hour of trying to make the reality of the situation not real, I finally get my head around the fact that I can't get out. I can't call for help. No one's around. I'm alone, and no one can hear me, even if I pound on the door. The nearest person is Sabrina, and she's all the way over in the bakery next door. My phone! Where's my phone? It's in my handbag in the office where I always leave it during work. Dang, rotten luck. Now what am I going to do? How long will it be before anybody realizes I'm missing? Zach. Well, I don't have a clue where he is. He could be out with Gilly. He might not get home until tomorrow. That reminds me. Is he on the roster to work tomorrow? I can't remember the schedule. If he is, he'll find me when he opens up. Either way, either he or Patty will find me in the morning. Just then, the smashing chime of breaking glass shatters the stillness. I freeze to the spot and listen to one devastating crash after another. What in the world is going on out there? I step back. I retreat into a corner, cringing in fear. I don't want to think about what's making that awful sound. After several minutes of this, I can't listen anymore. I clap my hands over my ears to block out the sound, but it penetrates my skull against my will. I want to scream to drown it out. All at once, it dies as suddenly as it began. The ensuing silence crushes my spirits worse than the noise. It throbs in my temples. I want to stop it so bad I could cry. What am I going to do? I can't stand much more of this. I slide down the wall to huddle on the floor. I fold my arms over my knees and bury my head in my elbow. Time ceases to hold any meaning for me. This must be what prisoners feel like. How long I sit there, I have no idea. It could be days, but no one comes. I'm forgotten by the whole world. Out of nowhere, a loud thunk startles me out of my trance. My head snaps up, and I hear footsteps coming toward me. Something rattles the padlock that holds the storeroom closed. Someone's coming after me. I launch to my feet in a paroxysm of terror. I have to defend myself somehow. I can't let them get to me. I scuttle around the room, pawing at everything, in search of something, anything. I find a long knife we use for cutting fudge into pieces. I snatch it up and brandish it toward the door. A grating sound of metal against metal sets my teeth on edge. They won't take me without a fight. Nothing happens. My heart thunders in my ears, but I don't slacken my stance in the least. My hand shakes, gripping my weapon. Another bang makes me jump a foot in the air. The latch falls back, and the door creaks open. I lunge for the opening, slashing with my knife. I roar out my war cry to maim and destroy. David Graham ducks out of the way at the last second. He wheels around and seizes my wrist just in time.
Whoa, what are you doing?
He holds me still in his powerful arms until I finish struggling to fight back. I can't stop gasping for breath. What are you doing here?
Someone called the police and said there was a break-in at the candy store. Are you all right?
I can't stop blinking up at him in disbelief. My heart flutters like a terrified bird, and sweat breaks out all over me. I can't hold myself up anymore. My knees buckle, but he catches me.
Easy,
he murmurs.
I think you better sit down.
He lowers me onto a stack of boxes, but I can't calm down. What happened?
Obviously, someone locked you in here, he replies. At least they didn't attack you.
I pass my hand across my forehead and get to my feet. I need to get out of here. I need air. He raises one hand.
Hold on a second. I need to tell you something.
Tell me outside. I push past him. He tries one more time to block me, but overwhelming claustrophobia grips my heart. I have to get out of that room if it's the last thing I do. I march out of the storeroom. I make it to the threshold between the store's back area and the front room. I stop dead in my tracks and stare. The whole store, my beautiful candy store, lies in ruins at my feet. David must have turned the overhead lights on so I can see the destruction in all its stomach-turning horror. The cash register tilts on its head amid piles of candy and broken glass. Someone ripped all the shelves off the walls, destroyed all the jars, and threw all the candy on the ground. All 4 front windows gape open to the street, with nothing but their jagged frames blocking me from the cold night air. The back room sprawls in chaos. Ripped boxes spill their squashed or shattered contents. Kathy's leftover mugs look like someone took a sledgehammer to them. Maybe they did. Through the open door to my office, I can see a smoldering mass of cinders where my desk used to be. My handbag, the cash box from today's promotion, all my documents, my computer, all gone. Across one wall above the wreckage, in crooked lettering, someone has written in spattered brown paint, "Mind your own business." If that's not a motto for my life, I don't know what is. My heart crashes into my shoes at the sight. Who would do this? I don't know, and I don't even care. This is my dream gone. My store. The store I built from nothing. It's finished. This is the last straw. I battled and slaved and worried myself sick over this store, and now this. I can't do this anymore. I can't bring myself to drag my scorched carcass out of the ashes one more time. It's just not worth the effort if this is what can happen. David appears at my side, and murmurs in my ear.
I'm sorry. I tried to warn you.
I can't feel a thing. I can't even cry over this. It hurts too much. Take me home. I walk outside on wooden legs. When David parks in front of my house, I don't bother to wait for him to open my door. I get out and go inside. I ignore Zach in the kitchen. He's alone, so that must mean he's scheduled to work tomorrow. There is no work tomorrow. No one will work at the candy store again. There is no candy store. Nickel's candy store is a thing of the past. Maybe it never should have been. I go up to my room and lock myself in. I get in bed and pull the covers over my head. I don't want to know the world. I don't want to be if it means living with this pain. I wake up to sunshine streaming through my window. The house echoes with an eerie silence. I don't hear Zach. He must be out. I glance around the room. I don't have a phone, so I don't know if anyone in the outside world is trying to get hold of me. I like this feeling. It feels like the world has insulated me in a blanket of obscurity. No one can get in touch with me until I allow it. If I want to wallow here in bed for the next year or 5, no one can stop me. I gaze at the ceiling. No one is waiting for me. I don't have to open the store. I can trick myself into believing that I never had a store. I have no responsibilities. I exist in a world with no other people in it. It's just me and the flicker of leaf shadows on the wall. After a while, though, I have to go to the bathroom. When I do, I happen to catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My hair sticks out at odd angles. I look like a bag lady who hasn't had a shower in the last 6 months. I can't stand it. I strip off my pajamas. By the time I shower and do my hair, I feel a little more human. I'm not alone on this planet, and even if I was, I would still have to pay the mortgage somehow. If I don't own a candy store, I need some form of livelihood. Maybe that gig with the police department will pan out. Police department. David. The case. Dang, life is after me again. I go back to my room and get dressed, not in my stay-at-home baggy sweatpants, but in my ordinary, day-to-day, face-the-world slacks and blazer. For some reason, the autopilot momentum of leaving the house for the last however long takes over. In a few seconds, I'm outside on my way to town. I head for Main Street. When I arrive at the intersection where it meets the highway, a police cruiser veers up. David Graham parks the vehicle and opens the back door. Will Nielsen gets out. They exchange a few words, and Will walks away toward the bus stop. David slams the door and comes toward me.
You're still alive, I see. That's good.
Barely, I return. What were you doing with Will?
I brought him in for questioning this morning in connection with the vandalism at the candy store last night.
What for? I gasp. Surely you don't think he did it?
I did, he replies. But he has an alibi. He was at work until 7 o'clock, and I got you out of there at 6:30. Besides, whoever reported it called from West End at 5:15. Will couldn't have done it. He couldn't even have known about it.
I want to kick him, but I restrain myself and kick the curb instead. How could you suspect him?
Who else could have done it? He asks. Almost no one else knows you're working with me to investigate Peter Dugan's death.
Are you listening to yourself? I shriek. Everyone in town knows I'm working with you to investigate Peter Dugan's death. Christ, David, use your brain. I was with you when they found the body.
I went with you to break the news to Peter's parents. Then we questioned both Kathy and Tim Goop. There isn't a man, woman, or child within 100 miles who doesn't know I'm working with you on this case.
He narrows his eyes at me and clenches his jaw.
You had a shock last night, so I'm going to overlook your attitude just this once. But I'll thank you to watch your tone with me, lady. I'm still the ranking officer on this case, and you're still a civilian. I'll question whomever I see fit to question, and it's not your place to criticize that, much less get nasty.
I pull my head down between my shoulders. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
As it turns out, I don't suspect Will. Not anymore. He has a solid alibi, so he's clear.
So, who else do you think did it? I ask.
I think the killer did it,
he returns.
Someone wanted to scare you off this case, and I think we can safely eliminate Tim Goop, too.
What makes you say that?
Because he's the one who called in the vandalism, he replies. He saw it in progress from across the street. He said a masked man about 6'3" was in there destroying the place with an axe.
My chin falls on my chest. Jesus.
There was some speculation between me and Tomlinson whether Tim could have wrecked the candy store and then called it in, but the satellite trace shows that he did in fact call from across the street in front of Mr. Stewart's old grooming parlor. We can hear the sound of breaking glass in the background on the 911 tape. The time frame doesn't give him enough of a window to get away in time. He didn't do it.
I rub my hands together in nervous agitation. I don't think I want to hear any more.
Sure you do. You had a scare last night, but you just need to get back on the horse. Besides, what are you going to do instead? Go home and cry? Come on, we're going to Kathy's house.
I groan. Don't tell me you think she did it.
She's the only one of our current suspects who could have done it. She was close enough to the candy store to lock you in.
I close my eyes. I don't want to listen to this.
You're going to have to, because you're coming with me. It's the best way for you to get back into the swing of things after last night. And I need your brain. You saw Kathy at the candy store after everyone else left, right?
Yeah, I grumble. She was the last person to leave.
There you go.
She's not a man, I point out. And she's not 6'3". He shrugs on the way back to his car.
That's neither here nor there. A lot of witnesses get stuff like that wrong. It's common.
Tim wouldn't likely get the attacker's gender wrong, I counter. Even from across the street, he would have been able to tell if the attacker was male or female. He cracks open the passenger door.
We'll see what Kathy has to say about it.
We start driving. I hate to admit it to myself, but I'm already starting to think about the case again. I'm bouncing back, in spite of myself. You know what I don't understand? I ask on the way. Why would the killer attack me and warn me to mind my own business? You were working on the case too. The killer didn't attack you.
Attacking a civilian is one thing. Attacking an officer of the law is in another category of idiotic. As you say, if the killer spent any time around this area at all, he or she must have known about you. Whoever it is would think twice about going after me. You were the easier target.
Great, I mutter. Chapter 12. We park in front of Kathy's and approach the door. She answers it. Hello, Margaret. Good morning, Detective. I'm sorry, but Will's not here at the moment. He went to work.
I know he did,
David replies.
I already talked to him. We need to talk to you, Kathy. Do you mind if we come in?
She lets us into her kitchen.
Is this about Peter Dugan's death again? I told you everything I know.
It's not about Peter Dugan's death, David replies. Someone attacked Margaret's candy store last night. They locked her in the storeroom for 3 hours and destroyed the place.
Her hand flies to her mouth, and she emits a broken cry. Oh my God! Are you all right, Margaret? This is terrible! She rushes to my side and puts her arms around my shoulders. Now that she's making a fuss, I feel worse than ever. I want to crawl into a hole. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Kathy, but all the mugs you left at the store last night are ruined. I'll pay you for them. I feel terrible about it. Nonsense! She blurts out. You're not paying me for anything. All the cash we took yesterday is gone too. I murmur. The attackers set my desk on fire. My handbag, the cash box, my phone, my computer, and all my files from the business were destroyed. She gapes at me in stunned shock for a minute. Then her face hardens into a ferocious mask of rage. Whoever did this ought to be strung up. We're gonna find him. You'll see.
That's why we're here. David cuts in. We want to know if you can shed any light on the subject, since you were the last person to leave the candy store last night. You were the last person near enough to it to jump Margaret without anybody seeing. She rounds on him with her hackles raised. You don't think I did it? You can't! I'm just pointing out the simple facts, he returns. You were the last one there. You were in a position to lock her in the storeroom. Someone left a message warning Margaret to mind her own business. If you were involved in Peter's death... I'm telling you, I am not involved in Peter's death, she bellows. What do I have to do to convince you of that? David holds up both hands. He starts to say something, but Kathy's phone interrupts him. She whirls away from him, swearing under her breath. She grabs the phone, and with a loud smack of her lips, she hits the button and holds it to her ear. Hello? She stands with her back to us, listening to a faraway voice echoing from the other end. David and I exchange glances behind her. I want to hate him for accusing someone I consider a friend. The worst part is, he's right. We still haven't found one solid shred of evidence to exonerate Kathy in either Peter's murder or the candy store attack. She doesn't say anything. She holds as still as a stone while the other person yells down the phone at her. This goes on a lot longer than any normal phone call should. Then the other person hangs up with a click. Kathy doesn't move. She remains riveted to the spot. David and I wait, but she doesn't turn around. We look at each other again. When Kathy doesn't snap out of it, I ease up behind her. Kathy, is anything wrong? She jolts alert when I touch her back. She whips around with the phone still in her hand. She stares at it with an expression of blank horror. I try again. Kathy, what's the matter? Who was that? She opens her mouth more than once before she swallows. That was my ex-husband, Jack. I thought he was in prison, but he says he's out now. He says he's got Will and Brienne, and I'll never see them again. He says he's going to pay me back for... She breaks off. David and I glance at each other. Pay you back for what? All at once, the dam bursts.
She starts babbling so fast I have to concentrate to keep up with the stream of words. I testified against him. He was in an organized ring that controlled the flow of drugs in and out of Hartford for 10 years. He was abusive to me and Will, so when he got busted, the FBI offered to give me a new life if I testified against him. That's how we wound up in West End. I thought we would be safe here, but now he's out and he... David lunges for the door.
Come on.
We barrel out of the house and dive into the cruiser. Kathy hops into the back. David tears out of the neighborhood and hits the highway.
Did he say where he was?
He bellows over the whining engine. He didn't say, Kathy yells back. But he must be in Peterborough. That's the only way he could get to Will and Brienne at the same time.
That's what I thought.
He skids onto the highway and floors it. He slaps his blinking light on the roof, and the traffic parts like the waters of the Red Sea to let us through. Never in my life have I driven that fast in a car. He plows between the cars, dodging and weaving. He zips around them, long before they have a chance to get out of his way. He yanks the wheel from right to left and barks down his radio at someone at the other end. I can't understand what he's talking about. He flings his arm over the seat.
Give me your phone.
He takes Kathy's phone, checks it, and hands it back.
Pull up his number.
She punches a few buttons, but when she tries to give it back to him, he shakes his head.
Call it out to me when I say.
He picks up his radio and holds down the button.
We need a satellite trace on the following mobile number.
He nods to Kathy, and she reads out the number. He repeats it to the operator.
We need the location of the last call from that number.
He hangs up the radio.
That should do the trick.
We continue careening toward Peterborough like a bat out of hell. Things get hairy when we hit the city streets, but David keeps on driving. The operator comes back and tells him something, but I can only catch the words. Parkside Motel, Midway Boulevard West. David gives a clipped nod.
Copy that.
He races around corners, driving faster than I consider safe, but I recognize where we're going now. He doesn't go to the motel. He drives to Brienne's daycare center. The three of us leap out and dash for the office. David flashes his badge.
We're here for Brienne Nielsen. It's an emergency.
The principal blinks up at us. She's not here. Her father picked her up 15 minutes ago. He said it was an emergency, too. Kathy grabs David's arm. Will wouldn't take Brienne out of school this early in the day. Something's wrong. His face contorts in knots, and he compresses his lips. His eyes smoke. I would hate to get in his way when he looks like that. We charge back to the car. No one says a word, and David careens across town. He screeches to a halt in front of the Parkside Motel, but when we get out, he holds up his arm to stop us.
I'm in charge here. You two hang back and let me deal with this. Understand? I don't want either of you in the line of fire.
Kathy and I cower behind him in mute submission. I'm all too happy to let him take over, and I can see Kathy acquiescing the same way. David storms to the motel office, flashes his badge, and demands to know which room is registered to Jack Nielsen. The clerk behind the desk takes one swift look at the register. Room 15. David nearly topples me and Kathy in his purposeful determination to get out of the office. He strides across the parking lot on a beeline for room 15. Kathy and I hurry after him at a safe distance. He keeps his badge in one hand. I catch one brief glimpse of his face when he pulls his sidearm from his shoulder holster. Man, he scares the pants off me when he looks like that.
He bangs on the door with his pistol grip. Quick as a flash, the door jerks open. I get one fraction of a second to see a big man. He must be about 6'3". He wears a greasy white t-shirt stained at the armpits and graying hair tufts around his bald temples. His eyes and mouth twist in a hideous visage of hate and malice. This can only be Jack Nielsen. David lifts his badge. Then everything happens at once. Over Jack's shoulder, I catch sight of Will sitting on the motel room bed. He holds Brienne in his arms, and she huddles against his chest for protection. A pile of Ziploc bags stuffed with white powder form a stack on the table, along with a few more guns. David, Jack, and I all put the pieces together at once. Jack spots David's badge long before David gets a chance to lift it. Jack whips a gun out from behind his back. Everything goes into slow motion. He swings it up to aim it at us, but David moves faster. He lunges one swift step into the room and cracks Jack across the bridge of the nose with his own weapon. Jack stumbles once. David pivots sideways and slams his elbow hard into the criminal's face. Jack hits the floor like a lead balloon. David pushes the rest of the way inside and straddles the fallen crook. David flips him over and cuffs him. In a trice, Jack can't move. Kathy rushes to Will and Brienne. She falls on her knees and pets their cheeks. Brienne hurls her arms around her grandmother, and the whole family hugs in a flurry of tears and relief. I migrate to David's side and survey the room. I can see more bags loaded with white powder inside 2 suitcases open on the dresser. 3 large piles of wrapped bills sit nearby. David holsters his sidearm and takes a breath.
Is everybody all right?
It looks like we found our drug dealer, I remark. He only nods. He gets out his phone and makes a call. In a few minutes, the whole motel is swarming with armed police. They flood the room, aiming their rifles at everything and everyone. They search everywhere until they determine Jack was working alone. At last, David wrestles him to his feet.
Jack Nielsen, you're under arrest for the murder of Peter Dugan. You're under arrest for kidnapping and attempted murder of Will Nielsen and Brienne Nielsen. And you're under arrest for willful destruction of property. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Go blow yourself, Jack fires back. Use that in a court of law.
Will gets to his feet.
You can add extortion and blackmail to that list too, Detective. He tried to force me to sell his drugs around West End.
David's eyebrows go up.
Is that so?
Will nods. I spotted him near the West End daycare center about a week ago. I didn't know he was out of prison, but when I saw him lurking around, casing West End, I knew he was up to no good. He planned to use Brienne as leverage to make me sell his drugs. That's why he killed Peter. Peter found some bags of cocaine that Dad stashed under the foundation of Mom's house. He was edging the garden and noticed a hole chipped in the concrete. Dad saw him and killed him with an injection in the neck. He told me that just a few minutes ago. David rounds on Jack.
Do you still want me to go blow myself?
Kathy gasps.
Jack, how could you kill such a nice boy? I knew you'd done some truly evil deeds in your life, but I never knew you were a murderer, too.
That nice boy of yours was going to expose my whole plan.
Jack fires back.
He was going to go to the police. He had his phone in one hand and the coke in the other. He was dialing the number. I had to act.
David shakes his head.
So that was your bright idea, to get preschoolers in West End hooked on drugs. That's great. Just great.
The officers wrestle the man out of the room. A weighty silence falls over the group. We all exchange glances. I don't know about the others, but I feel deflated and hopeless. The case is over. Another cretin is going away for the rest of his life, and I don't have a candy store waiting for me back home. I've got nothing. David sighs and faces Will.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I saw him hanging around West End. I didn't think he noticed me, but I guess he must have. I was on my way to work this morning after I talked to you at the station. He came up behind me and hit me over the head. I woke up in the back seat of his car outside Brienne's school. He told me if I didn't go inside and get her, that he would stake her out and kill her when I wasn't around. Then he brought both of us here. He was going to hold Brienne hostage while I ran his drugs around for him.
Kathy smacks her lips in agitation. Why didn't you tell me he was back in town?
I didn't want to scare you, Mom. He murmurs. I know how you feel about him. I thought I could handle it on my own.
She tries to look mad, but tears well up in her eyes instead. She puts her arms around him and Brienne.
David steps in.
All right, everybody. Let's get back to West End while the forensics people clean up this place. We can take my car.
Chapter 13.
David drives the whole party back to West End. I ride in the passenger seat. Kathy and Will sit in the back with Brienne between them. For the first 10 minutes of the trip, we all brood in silence, gazing out the windows, each lost in his or her own thoughts. At last, Brienne pipes up.
Daddy?
Yes, sweetheart? Will replies.
Mommy's got a new boyfriend. He moved into her house last week. I don't like him very much, and I don't think he likes me either.
What makes you say that, honey? I detect just the faintest tension in Will's voice.
I don't know. He looks at me funny. I don't like it.
Kathy and Will exchange a meaningful glance over the little girl's head. Then Will squeezes Brienne and hugs her against his side. Don't worry, sweetie. You don't have to live there anymore. You can come stay with me and Grandma in West End.
Really?
She beams up at him, showing a few missing front teeth.
Could I really?
Sure, Will tells her. There's a really nice daycare there, too. I think you would be happy there. I hear a sniff, and Kathy wipes away tears. A surge of hope and light beams into my bleak world. Will has finally made up his mind to bring Brienne home to West End where she belongs. She won't have to go back to her mother and whatever creepy friends she's got hanging around. David parks in front of Kathy's house, and we accompany the family inside. Will takes Brienne to her room, while Kathy goes to the kitchen and gets a partially eaten chocolate cake out of the fridge. Did you hear that? I murmur to Kathy. It sounds like Will is ready to acknowledge Brienne to the world.
I'm so happy, she whispers back. I don't want to make a huge deal about it in front of him, but this is the happiest day of my life.
Will saunters into the kitchen and approaches David. Thank you, Detective. I owe you big time for this. They shake hands.
No thanks needed, son, David replies. Just take care of that precious little treasure of yours.
I will, Will adds. I'm going to make sure she has the best life for her from now on. Even if that means battling her mother in court. She's happier and safer here. She belongs here. I realize that now. I was stupid before. I won't make the same mistake again.
You weren't stupid, David tells him. You were trying to do the gentlemanly thing by giving Josie a chance. She can still be a part of Brienne's life without exposing a vulnerable little girl to negative influences.
Thank you, sir, Will replies. I appreciate your support on this.
You have it 100%. If you need me to make a report or testify on your behalf, you just let me know. I'm at your disposal.
Will closes his eyes and bows his head. His voice cracks with buried emotion.
Thank you.
David heads for the door.
Come on, Margaret. Let's leave these good people to get on with the rest of their lives.
Out in the car, we sit staring at the house.
All's well that ends well,
David remarks. I don't say anything. All may have ended well for the Nielsen family, but it didn't end well for me. I dread going back into town. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't want to go home either. I want to do something, but I don't know what. David glances at me.
Is anything wrong?
I fidget in my seat. I don't want to go back to town. I hate to see the store again. I don't want to see how bad it really is.
Why not just go take a look? He suggests. You might find it's not as bad as you thought.
I scan the street, not seeing anything. I don't think so. Maybe I shouldn't reopen the store. He stares at me in blank shock.
What do you mean, not reopen the store? You have to reopen the store.
I shrug. I don't want to.
You can't turn your back on all the work you put into it.
His voice rises to a boom.
You put your heart and soul into that store.
I know. That's why I don't want to rebuild it. I don't think I can go through that again. It's asking too much. He throws up his hands and spins away.
I'll listen to you. Of course you'll reopen the store. You have to.
I don't have to do anything. You can't ask me to make that kind of investment and sacrifice all over again. Why should I, if it's all going to come to nothing? This is the second time someone has trashed it. I can't keep doing this. The people of West End don't need candy that bad. He whirls around to confront me again. He props one elbow on the steering wheel and the other on the seat. He lowers his head into his police officer giving the delinquent wrongdoer a stern lecture face.
Do you not understand what that candy store means to this town, Margaret? Are you seriously telling me that you don't realize the impact you've had on the people of this town? They don't need candy. Jesus, Margaret, I shouldn't even have to tell you this. They need you. They don't go to the store to buy candy. They go for you. They go for the effect you have on everyone around you. You're one of the key people who makes West End what it is. You're one of the most important people that makes it such an inviting and comfortable place. That's why visitors keep coming back.
I dare to look at him. What if he's right? He sees me hesitate and moves an inch closer.
Do I really need to remind you of that promotion you ran just yesterday? Do I really need to remind you how people came out to socialize and have a good time with their friends and neighbors? You did that, and not just once. You're doing it all the time. You've been doing it since you first set foot in this town. You're the bedrock on which this town is built. You can't take that away."
A hint of a smile creeps over my face, but I'm not ready to come back to life yet. I can still be a part of their lives without running the store. I could do something else.
"Like what?"
he demands. Like, I could do that liaison job you were telling me about. I could be some sort of community officer who still helps people and organizes events and stuff. I don't need the store to do that. He hurls himself back in his seat, and his shoulders slump.
"Listen, I can see you're really upset about the store, so I won't try to convince you anymore to reopen it. Just do one thing for me before you decide to throw in the towel."
"What's that?" I ask.
"Just go take a look at it. I know it's hard, but just take one look. That's all I ask."
"All right," I reply. "Just once. But if it's too hard, I'm not going to keep revisiting the subject. It's easier for me if I just walk away."
"Deal."
He starts the motor, and we drive into town. On our way down Main Street, I watch the storefronts flicking past my window. I know every building, every owner, every employee. I know the layout of every business. I know how they're all doing financially. I know their families and their troubles. My heart gives a wrench. I'll miss walking down this street every day. I'll miss chatting to my fellow business owners when we pass each other. I'll especially miss working with them on all our projects. I won't get a chance to do that if I give up the store. I had so many big ideas for how we could work together to promote each other's businesses. I'll have to scrap them all. I don't want to do that, but it's easier than facing a long, slow rebuild to get back what I lost. David parks in front of the store, and I stare through the windshield. I can't believe what I'm seeing. David opens my door. He has to take my hand like a child to induce me to get out. A crowd of people fills the store, or what's left of it. Kyle Davidson smashes out the broken window panes with a hammer and pries loose the twisted metal. Beyond where the windows used to be, I catch sight of Gilly, Simone, and Stacy sweeping up all the candy and broken glass. Zach holds open garbage bags to receive the debris. Everyone wears gloves, but they're all smiling and laughing and talking back and forth. While I stand there in a stupor, the two Navy boys emerge from the back, carrying the gnarled remains of my old burned desk between them. They dump it on the sidewalk and grin at me. "Hello, Margaret. Did you come to delegate?" I take one step forward, but I don't dare move closer. "What are you guys doing?" "We're cleaning up," Zach calls over his shoulder. "I called the insurance agent and emailed him pictures of the damage. He's coming up from Hartford in an hour to take a look and bring you a check for the replacement value of all the stock. He just needs to write a personal report for the construction costs." "But," I begin, but I don't finish. "I backed up all our data on the cloud the night before the promotion," he tells me. "We can get it all back. The only thing we can't know for certain is the exact amount of cash you took at the promotion, so he's estimating it at $7,000. My jaw drops. 7,000? We didn't take anything close to that. I told him that, but he said to overestimate in case the cost of replacement and refit goes over budget. He checks his watch.
If you have a problem with any of it, you can talk to him yourself. He'll be here pretty soon.
I can't stop gaping at my friends and loved ones working with a will to clean up the store. While I stand there, the Navy boys come back, carrying 2 boxes each of Kathy's mugs. They stack them one on top of the other near the desk. They laugh together at some joke between the 2 of them before they go back inside. Kyle stops in front of me. He wipes his sweaty forehead on his shirt.
I called a friend of mine. He's a construction contractor in Peterborough. He's going to come out this morning and measure up these windows. He said you could get them fitted by the end of the week. And all the stock in the storeroom is still perfectly good, Mom.
Zach chimes in.
I don't see any reason you couldn't reopen by the weekend. You won't have all the stock you had before, but you'll get that in no time. We can place an order from the house later today so it gets here by the opening.
I open my mouth again. I want to tell everyone to go home, that the store isn't going to reopen, but the words won't come. In front of my eyes, I see David's statements playing themselves out in living color. The people of this town want Nichols' candy store. They're putting their muscle and their time and their hearts into making it happen. Who am I to argue with that? If they can do it, if they want the store that bad, I can't deny them that. David stands at my side, but he doesn't say, "I told you so." He doesn't have to. My friends and loved ones say it for him. The store means more than candy. The store gives them something they need, something real. It's a touchstone, an anchor point. It's my touchstone, too, my anchor point. I want this store more than anything. I need it in my life. I don't want to give it up. I don't think I could if I tried. I worried I would have to rebuild it alone, that I would be the one sinking my heart and soul into it and risking something that might get lost again. I won't be doing this alone. I know that now. I won't be doing any of it alone ever again. I love all these people, and they love me back just as much. At that moment, the sun comes out. A golden shaft of brilliance strikes the store. It never looked worse, with its ragged holes in the front wall, but it never looked more beautiful either. I could stand and watch these people work all day. Just then, 3 people approach me from my left. I glance over to see Kathy, Will, and Brianne striding down the street. They smile at me.
We heard there was a block party going on.
Will pulls on a pair of leather gloves.
Let's get at it.
Before I can stop him, he wades into the mess and starts working alongside the others. Kathy presses my arm once and joins the Navy boys ferrying trash out of the back. Brianne runs around playing with Jonah, Kyle Davidson's dog. When I look around, I notice David is gone. Even that strikes me as the most loving thing he's ever done for me. He doesn't hang around to rub my nose in how idiotically self-absorbed and self-pitying I was to think I wouldn't reopen the store. He knew I would reopen it as soon as I saw what it really meant to the people of this town. Laughter calls to me from inside. It calls me back to life. I take a firm grip on myself and walk into the mass of humanity. I don't know where to start, but I can't stand around doing nothing while everyone else puts their heads down to make this happen. I survey the destruction, and my eye falls on that message scrawled across the wall. Mind your own business. Oh, I'll mind my own business, all right. Humanity is my business, No man is an island, and this is my business. I'll mind it if I do nothing else. I make my way to the storeroom, where I find a pair of rubber gloves, some strong cleaner, steel wool, and a scrubbing brush. I fetch a bucket of water and return to the front. I park myself in front of the wall, roll up my sleeves, and start scrubbing.
Go, Margaret!
Stacy calls to me. I glance over my shoulder and see the whole crew beaming at me. This is my town, my store, my job. This is where I belong. Chapter 14. I sit on the couch with a laptop perched on my knees. Zach flanks me on one side, and Tony Falk, the insurance agent, sits on the other. He peers down his nose at the spreadsheet on the screen.
Judging by your last 4 weeks of sales, I think it's safe to say you're not missing out on any earnings by staying closed for another week.
I wince. You're right. Apart from Emily Whitfield's birthday party, we haven't sold anything since Valentine's Day.
So, the only lost income is the proceeds from the promotion, and we've already covered that.
He turns to his own computer.
After what I saw this afternoon, I estimate the rebuild construction costs at $70,000, which the company is happy to cover according to your policy.
I gawk at him in wonder. Are you sure? I don't have to cover any of it?
The building was damaged in the commission of a crime,
he replies.
The police report confirms that.
He glances across the living room at David, who lounges in the armchair by the heater. Ariel shuffles a pack of cards and plays solitaire on the carpet at his feet. Dirty dishes heap on the dining room table from the sumptuous meal Zach and Gilly prepared for all of us. I've been deep in discussions with Tony ever since. If I ever kidded myself that I wouldn't be able to reopen the store, he and the rest of my friends put that to rest in no time. Thanks to Kyle and the others, the rebuild is already well underway with no help from me. If I decided to spend the next 6 months in bed, I have no doubt they would charge ahead without me. Kyle's contractor friend already ordered the windows and slotted the candy store into his schedule to install them. Zach and I put together an order for new candy stock, new glass jars, and the shelving to put them on, not to mention a new register and the glass display cabinet for the front counter. Now Tony logs all the receipts in his report for the insurance company. There's almost nothing left to do but to get it through my thick head that this is going to happen come hell or high water.
He's right, Margaret,
David tells me.
The court assigns all the compensatory damages from a crime to the person convicted of it. Jack Nielsen will certainly plead guilty to the charges. With Will testifying against him, he would be stupid not to. He'll be fined, and the compensation costs will all go back to the insurance company. You'll get paid out for pain and suffering, too. I'm certain of it.
Your policy covers all of this, Tony goes on. There's no question about the cause of the damage. I don't see any problem with your case at all. I blink down at my screen. It's just so hard to believe. All of it. Tony leans back and starts typing really fast on his computer.
I'll just finish this and get out of your hair. I know you probably need to get some sleep tonight, and I need to get back to Hartford before I turn into a pumpkin.
Everybody laughs. Zach takes the laptop from me and starts tapping too. I glance over. What is that?
It's your PayPal account. I'm transferring the money you made from your last case to our operating bank account. It's enough to cover our expenses until the store reopens.
I blink at him. What are you talking about? I didn't make any money from the last case. It was personal. He nods. Simone paid you $10,000 for solving Christopher's murder. $10,000? I cry. That's impossible. I didn't know about it either until I went over all our records after the attack on the candy store. He rotates the computer so I can see. You haven't brought in any cases from the website I set up, so I didn't think you'd made any money with your sleuthing. That's why I didn't bother to check. I thought there would be nothing there. After the attack, I went over all our records, bank statements, store accounts, the works. That's when I found it. Tony chuckles. I'm glad someone in this family has some financial acumen. I feel safer now. I study the screen. She didn't say she paid me anything. She never said a word to anyone. She just transferred it. It's been sitting in your PayPal account ever since Brett went to jail. I don't know if I can accept this, I remark. I didn't solve Christopher's murder hoping to make something out of it. That's probably why she paid you, David adds. Don't return it. She would be extremely offended if you did. Zach leans forward to examine the screen. Hello. Another payment just showed up on the list. It's $50,000. I catch my breath. That's not right. It came through from, let's see. It says, Concerned Citizens of West End. The purpose of the payment lists personal compensation costs. I can't stop shaking my head. I can't accept this. It's too much. I told you it means a lot to them, David tells me. You better take it and put it to good use. You deserve it. Of course she does, Zach adds. What do you think, Mom? Should I wire it straight to our mortgage company? That will reduce our monthly payment by, it looks like $500. That will help a lot. He checks me, but when I don't respond, he humps to himself and pushes return with a wild flourish. There, it's done. Now you won't be tempted to spend it. Ariel giggles. She needs a new phone. Good thinking, Zach returns. I'll take her shopping for one tomorrow. Heaven knows she's terrible with electronics. It's lucky you have plenty to spend on it, Ariel goes on. Get her a really good iPhone this time, not one of those junky Huawei ones like she had last time. Amen, he replies. She'll need a new handbag, too. Gilly chimes in. I better go with you for that. You're no good at picking out handbags. The whole room erupts in laughter. I can't stop staring at everyone. Here they are planning my life for me better than I could. David heaves to his feet. Well, folks, I have to work tomorrow, and this little munchkin has school. I'll leave you to your numbers and your millions. Everyone laughs again, all except Ariel. Aw, Dad, can't we just stay a little longer? Can't we at least stay for ice cream? I see David wavering, so I intervene. There is no ice cream, sweetheart. You go on home with your dad. Nothing is going to happen tonight that you haven't already seen. I'll see you tomorrow after school. She drags herself to her feet and submits to me kissing her goodnight. I'll only go if you promise to tell me the very instant anything happens. I kiss her on the forehead. Don't worry, darling. I'll text you as soon as I get my new phone. I'll even text you before I text your dad. Does that satisfy you? Fine. Be that way. Her cheeks glow with pleasure, even as she pretends to hate everyone for making her leave. I walk her and David to the door. David puts his arms around me and kisses me.
I'll be holding my breath, waiting for your text.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, I tease. You'd suffocate long before morning. He chuckles and waves on his way to the car. I ease the door shut, but Tony meets me there with his computer under one arm and his jacket over the other. I'll take my leave too, Margaret. You have your check. Make sure you deposit it right away. The accounting department gets twitchy if there are any delays of more than a day or two. Don't worry, I tell him. Nothing is going to happen to that check. He shakes my hand and pulls me in for a quick hug. Take care of yourself. I'll email you my report in the morning. You can reply with any changes you want me to make to it, or if you need to add any other expenses we didn't think of. Thank you. I will. He leaves. In a few minutes, his headlights disappear around the corner. I stand at the door for a few more seconds, thinking things over. Zach and Gilly talk in the living room behind me. Will Gilly go home now too? Then it hits me. Maybe she won't go home at all. Maybe she'll stay. Maybe she'll spend the night with Zach in that room right down the hall from mine. How do I feel about my only son spending the night with his girlfriend under my roof? My heart leaps at the idea. I couldn't pick a better girl for him, but maybe they don't want to come right out and tell me point blank that's what they're going to do. I have to make this easier for them, and I know just how to do that. I close the door with special care. I head back to the living room and stop on the threshold. I'm gonna go to bed, you two. Don't stay up too late, okay? Zach looks at me. I can't read anything in his expression. Okay, Mom. Sleep well. Gilly regards me with the same casual countenance. If they plan to hook up in Zach's room tonight, neither of them shows it. Did I misjudge them? It doesn't matter. They're both consenting adults, even if he is my son. What they do with the rest of their night is their business. If they do it in his room, I don't care, so long as they don't wake me up with screaming in the middle of the night. I turn away and climb the stairs. I leave them sitting across from each other in the living room. They talk in low voices. I don't want to know what they're talking about or what they plan to do. I close my bedroom door, take off my clothes, and get into my own bed. I sink into the softness. I have a lot of work to do for the rest of the week, but I look forward to it with a light heart. All of West End is pulling for me. Peace and tranquility surround me on all sides, and all's right with the world.
This has been Abandonment by Wendy Meadows, narrated by Lily Jane.